back to another awesome project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack laundry made application in React Native using the Expo framework and the Firebase as backend. So if you find this interesting, please do hit the like button and also subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So first of all, let's look into the demo part of the application. So over here towards my right is the first screen that's being shown, which is the home screen. So this time we have included a lot of design in the home screen. As you can see, we have a bunch of unique design being included and designed over here. And we have an important button that is book now. So over here inside this app, we can book in two ways. So suppose let's say the user does not know the exact number of laundry items they have to place the order for. They can directly, select the address and the pickup time and then the delivery time, and then they can book the order. And if at all the user knows the exact number of laundry items they want to place an order for, they could directly go into the basket tab and then add some items into the cart, and then again select the order, choose the pickup time, the delivery time, and then place the order for that particular, for those particular laundry items. So now let's press on the book now button. We would be navigated to the next screen, that is the address screen. So here we are going to fetch all of the addresses from the user, that is from the backend. So let's select this address, and we also have a add address button. If you want, you can add more addresses over here. So if you enter the information and press on add address, automatically that address would be added to the backend of that particular user who is currently logged in. So over here we have a bunch of steps for the user, that is step number 1, 2, 3 and 4. So as soon as we come to this particular screen, we have the step number 1. So step number 1 is to select the address. So here we are mapping over all of the addresses that is coming from the backend, that is Firebase. So currently, as you can see, this address is selected. So now if I press on next, it should automatically take me to step number 2. So this is basically step number 2. So here we have all of the days designed over here at the top, and we could choose any kind of pickup options over here. So just in case over here, if the current time is past the time that is given over here, we're just gonna disable that. Okay, so currently the time is 11 a.m. So as you can see, we can only book the slot from 5 to 7:30 p.m. or from 7:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. These two slots, that is the morning slots, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. and then 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. is currently disabled. We can't select that. So let's say I'm gonna select this one. The date is gonna be this itself. So let's press on next. So this is step number 3. So here again we need to choose the pickup option. So let's say I choose any one of the random options, and I'm going to press on next. So this is step number 4. So as you can see, currently we have not added any item into the cart. So this is the one. So this is one way of placing an order. So now let's move on to the basket tab and then add some items to the cart. So let's come back to the previous state with the help of the back button. So this would automatically take me to step number 1. So let's press on the basket icon. So let's say place an order. So here we have given a bunch of unique categories, that is men, women, kids, and then household. And at the top, we could decide the type of service you want. Either it is wash plus fold, wash plus iron, or steam iron, or even dry clean. So currently I'm just going to add some items into the cart. I'm going to select, let's say, these 2 items. Okay, and you can even go into this also and then select the item over here. And as soon as I press on wash plus iron, automatically these prices are going to get changed, because we have different prices for different kinds of service. So for now, I'm just going to select the first service, that is wash plus fold, and then add the item into the cart. So if I press on view, automatically it should take me to the cart screen, and we are able to see the required number of items. So here currently I've just given a plus button, but if you're interested, you can actually give the quantity, that is minus button, plus button, as well as the quantity for the user to remove some items or add the quantity before pressing on the checkout. So now I've not given anything over here, but directly we can come to the home, and as you can see, basket total is 340 for 4 items. So let's press on next. And yeah, this is defaultly selected previously, so let's again press on next. So here basically we have given the entire description as well as the total amount that is to be paid. And if I press on place order, automatically this particular order should be placed in the backend part. Okay, so I'm going to press on place order, and automatically it should take us to the next screen, that is the order screen, and then show all of the required orders for this particular user. So I'm going to press on place order. So as you can see, we have the order being placed for that particular order, whatever we have given, and we are just storing it. And we are also storing it in the backend as well, that is Firebase, in the orders collection. And for that particular user, we're going to fetch all of the orders they have done, and we're going to show it in this particular screen, that is the order screen. So now if you check out the basket, again it's going to be empty because we have placed the order. Right, so I think that's it about this application. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button, and let's get started with the project right away. Alright, so before moving further, first of all, let's initialize the outline of the entire application, that is in the form of a schematic representation, so it becomes easier while developing the app, right? So now let's head over to Chrome, and then I've opened up eraser.io. So here, first of all, let's see what and all exactly we're going to build. So first of all, our app contains mainly three tabs. Okay, so yeah, the first one is going to be the home tab. Okay, and we are also going to have the basket tab, and we're also going to have the orders tab. Okay, so yeah, let us just initialize the three screens that we have. So here, let's say this is the first one, and let's say this is the second one, and let's say we're going to also write the third one over here. All right, so now what we're going to do is let's initialize what and all we're going to design in the home tab. So this over here is basically going to have going to include mostly the design as we saw in the demo part of the video. Okay, but we're going to concentrate more on the design oriented structures. Okay, so now inside of the basket tab, as we also over here, we had basically the button to place an order, that is by adding some items into the cart. So we're going to design that over here. So yeah, first of all, here we're going to say home screen. So let's completely come into the canvas over here. So this is the home screen, so I'm going to say home. Okay, so now the next one is going to be considered as the basket screen, that is, let's write the text over here. And the third one is going to be considered as the order screen, that is over here. All right, so now yeah, as we all know, like the initial screen, that's the home screen, it's basically going to contain the design. So we of course have a top design over here that's going to come up. That is in the yellow background, and over here we're gonna initialize the other designs that we saw, which contain different kinds of boxes from top to bottom. So yeah, design the other boxes. And here we also have a button to navigate to the next screen. So here I'm going to say button. Okay, so yeah, that's it. All right, so now let's come back over here, that is in the document, both for now. Yeah, so in the basket tab we of course have a button to navigate and give the user options to add some items to the cart. This is basically handled by redux. So we would be making use of redux toolkit to implement the add to cart functionality or and the remove from cart functionality. So yeah, this is it about the basket tab. So here basically we're gonna initialize a bunch of categories over here. So let's say this category 1, and this is category number 2, and this is category number 3. Okay, and below that we have n number of products mapped over, as we saw in the initial video, I mean the demo video, that is based on each category whatever we have, we're going to show those many items. Okay, so these are all of the products that are present. So let's say that correctly. Okay, so based on each categories that are present over here, we are just basically gonna map over it and display that particular item. Okay, so categories, all right, so now over here we're gonna basically map over it. So here I'm gonna say okay, instead of this we could directly use the text, and here I'm gonna write map over each category. Okay, so based on whatever categories is selected, either it's men, kids or women, we are gonna map over each of the category, and then we're gonna show it over here, right? So here I'm gonna say this is gonna be the men category, and I think we could write that over here. This is gonna be similarly the kids, and let's consider the other one to be the women category. So similarly, after doing that, we would of course have the plus button so that we can add the item to the cart. So we would be displaying that over here, and of course inside of the order screen we would be showing all of the related orders for that particular user. So here we're gonna write show all the required orders for the particular user who's logged in. Okay, so basically we're going to have a backend, let's say that is from Firebase over here, where all of the orders would be stored initially when we place an order. Okay, so this is basically in turn going to contain two collections, that that is the address collection as well as the orders collection. Okay, so depending upon whatever we want, let's say we want some data from the address collection, that is we would require that in the home screen. So we would directly make an use effect call, and then we're gonna initialize it over here so that it directly comes to the home screen. So let's say we want all of the orders data for a particular user who's logged in from the Firestore backend. So that is there inside of the order screen. So we would directly make a use effect call, and we are gonna show it over here inside of this particular screen. So this is gonna basically initialize all of the orders required for us, that is coming from the backend, and we're gonna map over all of the orders that is coming from the backend with the help of use effect, and then we're gonna show it over here. So let's say we have 3 orders coming from the backend. As soon as we open the screen for that particular order, I mean for that particular user, so here we're gonna say order number 1, and this in turn is gonna be order number 2, all right, and the final one is gonna be order number 3. All right, yeah, so we could, yeah, this is like the basic kind of schematic representation that we'll be implementing while building the entire application. Okay, and we would be of course using redux tool and we would be of course using redux toolkit while implementing the card system. Okay, so yeah, that's it. And we would have different kinds of actions being initialized, that is add to cart, remove from cart, increment quantity, and then decrement quantity. Yeah, so we would be building up this much in this particular application. So now the next step is let's move ahead and then create an expo application. So let's come back to the terminal and then create a fresh new project. So now the first step is to create an expo manage project. So let's go do that. So first of all, inside my terminal, I'm going to go into my build folder. So here I'm going to say npx create expo app, and I'm going to press on enter. So this should basically ask us to choose a project name. So as you can see, what is your app name? So in this case, I'm just going to say laundry YouTube, and then I'm going to press on enter. So they should basically install all of the file directories inside of this particular folder, that is laundry YouTube. That will be present inside of my build folder. So let's give it some time to install. Alright guys, so as you can see over here, it says your project is ready. So now the next step is we're going to go into that particular project folder, that is laundry YouTube, and then look into the file structure. So I'm going to press on file over here, and I'm going to say open folder, and I'm going to go into my build folder over here, and I'm going to select the first project, that is laundry YouTube. So let us press on the app.js over here. So this is basically the main app.js when we initialize a bare expo project, and these are all of the file directories that are present. So now the next step is we need to inject the expo router into this particular application, that is laundry YouTube. So let's go do that. So first of all, let's head over to Chrome over here, and I'm going to search for expo router. I'm going to go into the first link, and we're just going to follow the steps that they've given. So let's press on manual installation over here. So we have done the first step, that is create an expo project. So let's move on to the next one, which says install the dependencies. So I'm just going to copy down this code, and then I'm going to come to the terminal. I'm going to say terminal, new terminal, and I'm just going to paste it over here. So let's press on enter, and let's give it some time to install all of the required dependencies. Okay, so as you can see, all of the required dependencies have been installed. So now let's follow the next step, that is which says set up the entry point. So we're going to copy the main, and we need to make the change in the package.json. So let's head over to the package.json file, and let's minimize this, and we're just going to replace the main with this particular code, which includes the expo router. So save the file, and now we're going to modify the project configuration by adding the scheme that's going to take place in the app.json. So let's go over here, and I'm gonna add it over here. So here just pass in your app name. So in my case it's laundry YouTube, so I'm just gonna write that just like this. So let's write that correctly. So yeah, save the file. So now the next step is yeah, I think that's it. So let's run the application, and let's check if at all it's working correctly fine. So before that, we need to initialize our main app router, of course. So I'm going to press on app.json at the root level. I'm going to say new folder over here. I'm going to say app router. So inside the app router, I'm going to create my first file that represents the index.js file, that is basically going to represent the forward slash, that is the home route. So here I'm going to say index.js. So let us press on enter. So here I'm going to say rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. So let's save the file. So to get the shorthand code snippet, you need to have installed ES7 inside your systems. So if you check out basically the extensions tab over here, and you can scroll down, so you need to install this one, that is ES7 React Redux or React Native snippets. So this would basically give you all of the shorthand code snippets that we'll be using in the application. So let's head back to the index.js. So as I told earlier, this basically represents the home route or the forward slash, that is whenever I reload the app or whenever I save the app, this screen is going to show up. That is whatever content is present inside of the return block, it's going to show that particular content, because this is going to represent the forward slash. So forward slash means it's the home page or the home directory. So whenever we reload the app or rerun the app, this page is going to show up, that is the index file. So now let's run the app. So I'm going to come to my terminal, and I'm going to say npx expo start, and I'm going to press on enter. So this should basically give us a bunch of options to run the application. So let's look into that. So as you can see over here at the top, we have three options, that is open on Android, we need to press A, open on iOS simulator, we need to press on I, and open on the web, we need to press on W. So in my case, I have the iOS simulator, so I'm going to press on I. So for Android users, you can just press on A. So let us give some time to install. So when the app loads, it should basically show up this particular index page. So it should just show up index on the screen. So let's give it some time. So as you can see towards the right hand side, it's showing the correct output which says index. That means it is showing all of the contents that is present inside of the return block, which is right. So now the next step is I'm going to initialize my two directories. One is for authenticate and one is for the tabs. So let's press on app. I'm going to create a new folder that is going to be authenticate. I'm going to press on enter. Again, I'm going to press on app. I'm going to create a new folder that is for my tabs. So I'm going to say tabs. So inside the tabs, as you saw in the demo part, we have three things. That is the basket tab, the home tab, and then the orders tab. So I'm just going to create all of my three folders. So before that, I'm going to create the layout for the tabs. So I'm going to say new file underscore layout.js. We'll define this in just a bit. So I'm going to press on tabs again. My first tab, that is going to be the basket tab. So for the basket tab, I'm going to define my layout. So I'm going to say underscore layout.js. And I'm just going to say new file, that is going to be the main file index.js file for the basket tab. So I'm going to say rnfes to get the Sujan's code snippet. So I'm just going to save the file for this, and I'm just going to copy down the code for the basket. So you can pretty much copy down this code. Okay, so basically I'm trying to import stack from expo router, and instead of my function layout, I'm defining my stack, and I'm just passing down my first screen, that is stack.screen, and the name I'm passing is the index file which we've already created. So I'm going to do the same thing for my remaining two tabs, that is the home tab as well as the orders tab. So let's again press on tabs. I'm going to create my second tab, that is going to be a home tab. Again, I'm going to create the layout for this. So I'm going to say underscore layout.js. Let's create the main index file for the home tab. So I'm going to say index.js. Again, rnfes to get the shutdown snippet. So save the file. So let's copy down whatever is there inside of the basket, that is for the layout, and I'm going to paste it in the homes layout. It's going to be pretty similar itself. So save the file. So now I'm going to create my third tab, that is the orders tab. So let's press on tabs over here. So new folder, this is going to say orders. So I'm going to create the layout for the orders. So I'm going to say underscore layout.js, and I'm going to create my main index file for the orders. So I'm going to say index.js. So again, rnfes to get the shutdown code snippet. So yeah, let's save the file, and yeah, let's just copy down the layout from any one of the tabs and paste it over here. Okay, so that's it. So we have defined all of the three tabs, that is basket, home, and then the orders. So now the next step is we're going to define the layout for the tabs that is present. So let's come over here. So here basically I'm going to import my tabs at the top part of the screen. So I'm going to say import tabs from the expo router, and here I'm going to say export default function layout. So here I'm just going to return my tabs. So I'm going to say return the tabs, and here I'm going to define my first tab. So I'm going to say tabs.screen. Alright, so I'm just going to pass in the name for this. So name is going to be home. So this name should match with the exact spelling which we have given to the folder over here, that is this one, the home folder, right? So yeah, after this we are going to pass in some options to this tab.screen. So I'm going to say options. First of all, I'm going to say tab bar label. So tab bar label is going to say home with a H capital, and apart from that I'm going to say tab bar label style, that is this one. So tab bar label style, I'm going to say color is going to be black. Okay, and apart from that we're going to say header shown is going to be false. So I'm going to say header shown is set to be false, and we're going to pass in the tab bar icon. That's the next thing. So here I'm going to say tab bar icon. So this is going to take in something known as the focused prop. So I'm going to say focused over here. So based on whether it is focused or not, we're going to show the icon. Okay, so let's get the icon. So if it is focused, we're going to show the home icon. So let's head back to Chrome over here. I'm going to search for expo.icons.fii. So let's write in that correctly, the first link, and I'm going to search for home. So we're going to use the icon from Feather, that is this one. So first of all, import the icon family at the top part of the page, and I'm going to copy the render component code over here, and I'm going to paste it if it is focused, and if it is not focused also I'm going to paste it over here. So I'm just going to change the color over here. So instead of black, I'm just going to paste in this particular color. You can just copy down the color code. So yeah, that's it. So now I'm just going to copy down this a couple of times, and then I'm going to make the change for the remaining two tabs. So yeah, let's make the change for the second one. So the second one is going to say basket. Again, the spelling should match with the folder that we have created previously. So everything is small. So tab bar label, let's write that correctly over here as well, and here as well. All right, so here we're going to say instead of home, it's going to be basket with a B capital. Okay, and apart from that, we're going to make the change for the icon that is present. So here I'm going to make use of the basket outline icon from iron icons. So here I'm going to say basket outline, that is this one. So again, copy the icon family first. So we're going to paste it over here, and we're going to copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it over here. That is once here, and the same thing in the else condition as well. Again, we're going to make the change for the color. That's it. So save the file. So now let's make the change for the third one. So third one is going to say orders instead of home. So it's going to say orders, and tab bar label also orders with the O capital. And apart from that, tab bar label cell is going to be black. And for the tab bar icon, let's make the change. We're going to make use of the account details icon. So let's search for that. I'm going to say account details, that is this one from material community icons. So first of all, import the icon family, and we're going to copy it at the top over here, and copy the render component code. This we're going to copy it over here as well. Again, we're going to make the change for the color of the icon if at all it is focused. So copy down this, and we're going to paste it over here. Yeah, so that's it. So this is basically the initialization of the tab design for our entire application. So let's save the file once. So now nothing should happen, because again, if I save the file, this page is only being shown, that is the main index file. But here what I want is, when I save the file, I should be seeing the home directory as the initial one, or the basket directory as the initial one. So yeah, let's make that change. We have the method known as the redirect method, so we'll be making use of that. So let's remove the entire view in the return block that is present, and here I'm just going to copy down my I'm just going to import my redirect from expo router. So this in turn is going to take in a href value. So here I'm going to say go to the / tabs and go into the home directory. That should be the first one to be seen. So let's save the file. So as you can see, as soon as I save the file, you're able to see the correct tab design being shown on the screen. That is the home tab, this is the basket tab, and this is the orders tab. But still over here, you're able to see the index file. So let's check correctly if at all we're able to see the home tab itself. So let's come back over here. Let's go into the index.js of the home directory, and here instead of index, I'm just going to say home page. So as soon as I save the file, you should be seeing home page, because in the index file, the main index file, we have given /tabs /home. So it would automatically go into the layout first. So in the layout, it is going to contain a stack. It has the first screen which says index, so it automatically goes into the index.js file and shows whatever is there inside of the return block. So let's save the file. So as you can see, it's correctly showing the home page. Yeah, so now the next step we'll be looking into is we'll be designing the home screen, as you saw in the demo part of the video. So this home screen contains mostly the design part of it. So let's look into it, and let's start designing the index.js file of the home tab. So first of all, let's initialize our scroll view at the top of the page over here. Let's import it from React Native, and let's copy that out, and we're gonna use it over here instead of the normal view. Okay, and inside the scroll view, I'm going to initialize my first view. So this view in turn is going to have one more view. So inside this view, we're going to basically have a view, and inside that view, we're going to have an image. So here I'm just going to get the link for the image. So you can pretty much copy this down. I'll be sending the image link in the description, that is in the form of the drive link. So you can just access that. So I'm just going to import image from React Native, and I'm going to save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that logo or the icon coming on the screen. Okay, so now after that, we're going to show the 3 bars icon that's going to come below the view. So let's head back to expo icons, and I'm going to search for 3 bars. That is this from oct icons. So copy the icon family first, We're gonna paste it over here, and let's copy the render component code, and we're gonna paste it just below this particular view. So let's save the file. So now let's start giving this style, that is for the outermost view, that is this one. So here I'm going to say style first of all. So I'm going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 12, and I'm going to give it a specific height. Let's say a height of 200. So I'm going to say height 200, and I'm going to give it this background color, that is a shade of yellow. So here I'm going to write FEB E10, and let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see the yellow background color being applied to the entire view. So now I'm going to give the style to the inner view, that is this one. So I'm going to say style over here. I'm going to give it a flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content of space between. Save the file, and this is going to have a color of white, that is for the icon. Okay, yeah, so that's looking good. So now the next step is we're gonna continue designing the next part, that is gonna be over here. So this view in turn is gonna have one more view which contains a text which says hi. You can write your own particular name. So I'm gonna write my name over here, and below that I'm gonna write in one more text which says your home address. So currently I'm just gonna hard code this. So I'm gonna say home, and I'm just going to write some pin code just like this. Okay, so yeah, let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that come on the screen. So now yeah, let's give the style for the text over here, that is this one. So I'm going to say style over here. So I'm going to give it, let's say, a font size of 13, and I'm going to give it a font family of this one. You can just pretty much copy this. So some font families won't work for Android, so you can just Google it out which would be working for Android, and then you can use that. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now let's give the style for the next text, that is this one. So I'm going to say style over here. I'm going to give it a slight margin top of 2, and we're going to give it a font family of same thing, that is this one, and I'm going to give it a color of white for this. Okay, so now after that I'm going to initialize my view, so that is this one. So I'm going to say view over here. So this view in turn is going to contain the information circle outline icon. So let's get that from expo icons, that is from here. So I'm going to search for information circle outline icon. So we'll be making use of this one. So first of all, I think IN icons is imported. Let's check that out. It's not. So let's copy that over there. And yeah, so let's copy the render component code, and we're gonna paste it over here inside of this particular view. Okay, so after this it's gonna have a text which says quick help in caps. So this screen is entirely gonna be based on some designs, okay, just for the initial home screen, and after that we'll be looking into the implementation part. So let's give the style for this. So I'm going to say style. It's going to contain a specific width of 60, and it's going to contain a font size of 12. Okay, and it's going to contain this particular color, that is 0066B2, and we're going to give it a font family of this one. So you can pretty much copy down the spelling of this. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's come to the outermost view, and then we're going to give the style, that is for this particular view. So here I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it a margin top of, let's say, 20, and I'm going to give it a flex direction of row, and align items of center, and we're going to give it a justify of space between. So let's save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. So now yeah, the next step is we're gonna come into the bottom view, that is this one, which contains the icon and the text. So here I'm going to say style. So we're going to give it a flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give it basically a gap of 4 for this. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. Alright, so now let's continue with the design. So I'm just gonna minimize this one, that is this view. I'm gonna initialize my another view over here. Okay, so it's gonna come right after this view. So this in turn is gonna have one more view. Okay, so this view is going to contain the notification outline icon. So let's get that from the expo icons over here. So I'm going to say notification outline, this one. So iron icons is already imported, so just copy the render component code and we're going to paste it over here. So below this we're going to have one more view, which is going to have a text which says quick order, everything in caps again. And below this particular quick order text, I'm going to have one more piece of text which says book or pickup. And a delivery option. Okay, and below this we have one more text which says we will be at your doorstep on time. So let's save the file. Okay, so now let's give the style for the outermost view, that is this one. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have some internal spacing, that is, let's say, padding of 10, and I'm going to give it a background color of white, and I'm going to give it a specific width of, let's say, 340, and I'm going to say margin left of auto and margin right of auto as well. So margin right of auto, and I'm going to give it some border radius. So here I'm going to say border radius of 10, and we're going to give it a position of absolute as well. So here I'm going to say position of absolute, and apart from that we're going to give it a top value of 150, and we're going to give it a left value of 50%, and we're going to give it a transform value. So I'm going to say transform. Here I'm going to say translate x, it's going to be minus 170, so that it's going to come to the center part of the container. So here I'm going to say minus 170, and I'm going to save the file. So just like this, that particular white container is going to come on the yellow background that is centrally positioned from the left side as well as the right side. So now let's format once, save the file. So yeah, now let's start styling out the texts. So first one, we're going to target the quick order. So I'm going to say style over here. I'm going to give it a font size of 15, and I'm going to give it, let's say, color of this one, that is 0066B2, and I'm going to give a font family of this one. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So yeah, not font weight, it's going to be font family. So now let's target this text. I'm just going to give it a margin top. So I'm going to say margin top of, let's say, 4 from the top text that is present. So save the file. So now let's target this view that contains the icon and the other view. So here I'm going to say style. So it's going to contain a flex selection of row and a gap of, let's say, 10. So let's save the file again. Okay, so yeah, after this particular text which says we will be at your doorstep, we're going to initialize a view. Yeah, so this view in turn is going to contain the pressable. So import pressable from React Native. We're going to initialize a text which says book now. So let's write it in caps. Let's save the file. So as you can see, that is being shown on the screen. So let's target the pressable first of all over here. I'm going to give it a different background color, that is a yellow shade, that is FEBE10. I'm going to give it some padding horizontal and vertical. So I'm going to say padding horizontal of, let's say, 10, and padding vertical of 5, and I'm going to give it a border radius of 4. Okay, so let's target the text now that is there inside of the pressable, that is book now. So I'm going to give a font size of, let's say, 13, and I'm going to give it a font weight of 400. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking okay. So now we're going to also initialize the truck icon, that is from material community icons. That's going to come right after the pressable, and it is going to be in the row fashion. So let's search for truck over here. So we're going to make use of this one from material community icons. So yeah, first of all, import the icon family, and we're going to copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it over here. That is just after the pressable. Okay, so now let's start giving out the style for the outermost view, and also let's change the color of the icon. So it's gonna be 034694. Okay, so as you can see, it has been given a blue shade of color. So now let's target the view over here. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have basically a flex direction of row, and then align items of center, and we're going to give it a justify of space between. Okay, and we're going to give it some margin top as well. So format once, and here I'm going to say margin top of, let's say, 7. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now the next step is we're going to continue the design, that is after this one. Okay, so here in this view in turn is going to have one more view. This in turn is going to have another view. So let's try that correctly. So inside this view, we're going to have a text which says club. So yeah, below the text we have one more text, or within the text itself we're going to have, within this particular club text, we're going to initialize one more text which says ultimate. So let's give the style for the club. So it's going to have color of this one, that is FEBE10. It's going to have a font size of 15 and a font weight of bold. So for the next text, that is ultimate, let's give the style for this. So it's going to have a color of this one that we gave to the icon, and it's again going to have a font size of 15 and a font weight of bold. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, it's coming over here. So we need to give some margin top to the outermost view. So let's handle that. So here I'm going to say margin top of 50 or 90, and we're going to give it some margin horizontal of 10. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking okay. So now below the text which says ultimate, we're going to have another text that is over here. Yeah, basically after this one. So here I'm going to initialize my text which says put your laundry on cruise control. So let's give the style for the text over here. So I'm going to give it a font size of 12. It's pretty small. And yeah, apart from that, we're going to give it a font weight that also is less, 300, and we're going to give it a specific width. So width of 130, and we're going to give it a margin top of 10. So now let's give the style for the view, and let's give it some background color as well. So I'm going to target the first inner view, that is this one. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have some background color of white, some internal spacing, that is padding of 12, and a slight border radius of 10. So as you can see, that is being shown on the screen. That's looking good. So we're going to initialize one more text below this one. So here I'm going to say text. So this is going to say subscribe and get the benefits. So let's save the file. So let's give the style for this. So I'm gonna say font size of 12 over here, and it's gonna have a font weight of 300 and basically a width of 130. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now let's give the style for basically the outermost view. We had to give two things, that is flex direction of row and then align items of center with a gap. So flex direction of row, align items of center, and then a gap of 10. So now nothing should happen because we only have one children. So let's save the file. So yeah, now let's initialize another child. So let's basically give some margin top to this. So I'm gonna say, let's say margin top of 2 or 3. Yeah, 3 is looking good. So now I think we also need to initialize the icon, that is the triangle right icon. So let's initialize that. That's going to come over here, that is after this particular view. So that is going to be from ntypo. So triangle right, yeah, this one. So yeah, let's import the icon family at the top, and let's initialize, let's copy the render component code, and we're gonna paste it just after this particular view. So now we're going to give the style for this view, that is after the background color of white. So here I'm going to say style, I'm going to give it a flex direction of row, align items of center, and I'm going to give it a gap of 10. Okay, I don't think that's the correct one. Okay, I think we had to initialize one more view. So let's go back to the previous state. So here I'm going to initialize my another view, put in all of the texts, and I'm going to put the icon over here. So now we have two children. One is the view that contains the texts, and one is the icon, that is this one. So let's give the style nav. So that is this one. As you can see, this is the view and this is the icon. So style over here, flex direction of row, align items of center, and basically a gap of 10. So as you can see, now that's looking good. So let's also change the color for the icon. I'm going to make use of the same color, the blue shade, and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking good. So now I'm just gonna minimize this, initialize one more view because we've given a flex of row and align items of center. So it's gonna come over here. That's the second child. So let's start designing this. So this in turn is gonna have one more view. So first of all, it's gonna contain the icon, that is the basket outline icon. So I'm gonna search for MD basket outline. Now let's search for basket outline. So let's make use of this one, the first one. I think ion icons is already imported. So let's copy the render component code and we're gonna paste it over here. That's the first thing. And below this, I'm gonna initialize my another view, which is gonna contain few texts for the design part. So here I'm gonna say text. So this text is gonna say place your. So inside this itself, I'm gonna initialize my second text, which says order. So let's target the first text over here. I'm going to say style. It's going to have this color, that is FEBE10, and it's going to have a font size of 15, and it's going to have a font weight of bold. Okay, and let's target the second piece of text, that is this one. So I'm going to say style over here. So this is going to have a different color. So I'm going to say color 00B, or we can give the same blue shade that we gave earlier, that is this one, 34694. and again font size of 15 and a font weight of bold. So let's save the file. So as you can see, it's coming towards the right part. So yeah, color spelling, okay, let's give a single hashtag. Okay, I think we have given the wrong color code, so it's going to be FEB and then E10. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking good. So yeah, now below that is below this particular text, we're going to have one more text. So this text is going to say select items from the catalog below. And we're going to have one more text over here, which says and book your order. It's about time. So let's save the file once. So we have all of the text being shown. So now let's target the first text and give the style for this. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a font size of again 12, font weight of 300, a width of 130, and it's going to have a margin top of 10. Okay. So yeah, let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now for the second text, that is okay, so this one, I think this should come, I think just after the text itself, not after the view. So target this one. It's going to have a font size of 12 and it's going to have a font weight of 300 and it's going to have a specific width of 130. Okay, so save the file. Alright, so we have given the wrong spelling for style. It's in capital letters, so over here we're going to say style. Okay, so let's give it a slight margin top if possible of 3. Alright, so now let's target the view and then give the background color of white. That's the outermost view. So here I'm going to say style, so I'm going to give the background color. So background color of white and some padding horizontal and vertical. So padding horizontal of 12 and then padding vertical of 10, and we're going to give it some border radius of 10 and margin right of 20 or 15. Save the file. Format once. Okay, so now let's target the view, that is this one. So here I'm going to say style. It's going to have a flex direction of a row and it's going to have some align items of center and some gap as well, gap of 10 or 8. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking better. So yeah, so let's change the color for the icon, that is this one. So I'm just gonna paste it over here instead of black. Okay, yeah, now that's looking good. So now yeah, let's continue designing. So that is after this entire view, we're gonna initialize over here. So here this view in turn is gonna have another view. Okay, this view is gonna have another view. Again, this is gonna have another view which is gonna contain the text which says affordable prices. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, that is being shown on the screen. So now let's target the text over here. So I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it a font size of 13 and a font weight of, let's say, 500, and I'm going to give it a specific color of 0034694. Alright, so yeah, 00. Yeah, so as you can see, the blue color is applied. So now yeah, we're going to target this particular view, that is the inner view, this one, and we're going to give the style for that. That is basically a background color of white. So here I'm going to say style. This is going to have a background color of white and it's gonna have a flex direction of row. Once we initialize the second child, that would work, and align items of center as well, and a gap of 12, and we're going to give some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and a slight border radius as well. So that's the styling for the view. Okay, so I think let's give some margin top, that is for the top one, this one. So I'm going to give it some margin horizontal spacing of, let's say, 10, some margin vertical spacing as well of 10, and I'm going to give it a flex direction of a row, and some align items of center, and a gap of 10. Okay, so as you can see, now that's looking better. So now after the text which says affordable prices, we're going to have one more text over here. This is going to say get our price list. So let's save the file. So let's give the style for this, that is basically some margin top. So I'm going to say margin top of 4, and then I'm going to save the file. So after this, I'm going to have the triangle right icon again, that is after the view. So let us get that. We have used that previously, this one from Untypo, and we're going to paste it over here. Just copy down and then paste it over here. So save the file. So now we're going to give the style for basically, okay, so I've just copied down the same thing one more time, that is below, that is this particular view. It's going to have the same text, and it's going to have the same icon towards the right hand side. So let's format once. So this is the code that is from over here. This one. So you can pretty much look into it from the start. So we are going to have two texts as well as one icon, and we're going to position it towards the vertical fashion. So basically we're going to have two icons, we're going to have two texts and then one icon in the same view, and we have just copied down the same view in the below part as well. So now we're going to have one more text, that is one more design that's going to show up, that's going to be towards the right hand side, that is after this view. So here I'm going to initialize my view. So here we're going to say one more view, which is going to contain the text which says what's the plan. Okay, and I'm going to give the style for this particular text. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have a font size of, let's say, 20, and it's going to have a color of FEBE10. Okay, and we're going to give it some width of, let's say, 130 or 100, and I'm going to give it a font weight of bold, just like this. And this is going to have one more text below this text. So this is going to say for the planet. So let's target the style over here. So it's going to have a font size of 20, and then it's going to have color of this one, that is 034694, and we're going to give it again a width of 100 and a font weight of bold. Okay, and it's going to have again the Untypo icon towards the right hand side. So copy down the Untypo icon. So this is going to come right after the view over here. So now let's start giving the styles. Okay, so let's target the outermost view. So here we are going to say flex direction of a row, align items, not flex direction of row, we're going to give it a background color of white, and we're going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 12, and we're going to give it a border radius of, let's say, 10, and we're going to give now flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 10. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's look into the final part of the design that's going to come over here. So let's minimize let's say this one. So it's going to come over here. Let's initialize a view for that. That's basically going to come towards the center part. Okay, so this in turn is going to have one more view which is going to contain the notification outline icon. So let's search for that from here. So I'm going to say notification outline. Yeah, this one. So yeah, copy the render component code because iron icons is already imported, and below this it's going to have a text which says next available. So it says next available. So format once, save the file. So as you can see, that's being shown on the screen. So yeah, after that particular view, I'm going to initialize my another text over here. So this is going to say order within 15 minutes. So I'm going to say order within 15 minutes to catch the or to catch this pickup slot. All right, so now let's give the style for this particular text. So I'm going to say style over here. So basically some font size of let's say 15 or 14, and I'm going to give it a font weight of 500, and we're going to give it some margin top. So margin top of let's say 5, and color of this color code 034694, and we're going to give it a width of 150. All right, so let's save the file. Okay, so now let's give the background color so it looks good. That is for this particular view. So I'm going to say background color of white, some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, margin left and right of auto, and margin left of auto. Okay, and we're going to give it a border radius of 7. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. It's come to the center part. So now we're going to give basically the style for this one. It's going to have a flex direction of a row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 5. So save the file. So yeah, that's looking better. So now let's initialize a pressable over here. So I'm going to say pressable. So this in turn is going to have a text which says add items, everything in caps. Okay, so for the pressable we're going to give some styling. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have a border color of this color code, that is 09034 694, and it's going to have some padding horizontal of 10 and some padding vertical of let's say 4. So justify content of center. Okay, and we're going to say align items of center as well. So align items of center, and we're going to give it some border width. So border width of 0.7, and we're going to give it a width of 130. We're going to give it some margin top of 8, and some border radius of 5. Save the file. Okay, I think the border color is not being applied, so let's look into that. Okay, I think we've given the wrong spelling for the style. I think that's the issue. So let's make that change. So style, let's write that correctly. Save the file. Yeah, so now as you can see, that's looking good. So yeah, so we have completed designing basically the initial part of the home screen, which included a lot of design at the starting part, which includes designing the text, the icons, as well as the top background, that is this one. So now let's look into the next part of it. That is, if at all we press on the book now button, we would be navigated to the next screen where the user can select the address, and we have different steps for the user to choose. That is the pickup date, the pickup date, the delivery date, and finally the final screen that's gonna show up. Okay, so now let's initialize another screen. That is, if at all we press on book now, where we should be navigated to that particular screen, and then let's look into the implementation part of that particular screen. So now I'm just going to open up my file tree and then create a new screen that we earlier discussed about, that is the address screen. So I'm just going to press on home over here, and I'm going to say new file. I'm going to say address.js. I'm going to enter rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. So save the file, and over here now the next step is we need to include this particular address screen into the layout.js file. So here just copy down this, and here I'm just going to say address. Okay, so now let's initialize the on press event on the book button, so book now button. So first of all, let's initialize our router. So I'm going to say const router equals to use router, import that from expo router just like this. So let's initialize on press event on the book now button, that is this one. So I'm going to say on press taken a function. So here I'm going to say router.push to /home and to /address. So let's save the file and let's give this a try. So as you can see, we are coming currently to the address screen. So now let's start designing the screen. So let's give some basic styling to the view. I'm just going to give it a flex of 1. Okay, so let's save the file. Alright, so now let's remove this, that's not required. I'm going to initialize my view over here. So this view in turn is going to have one more view, which is going to contain the iron icons, that is the back icon. So I'm going to search for that. So let's make use of, let's say this one, or chevron back. Let's search for that. Yeah, this one. So let's import the icon family first into this particular page, and yeah, I'm going to copy my render component code and we're going to paste it over here. Okay, so let's give the style for this. So here I'm going to say style. It's going to have a width of 35, 36 and a height of 36, and it's going to have some border radius of, let's say, 18. Okay, and it's going to have some background color with this color code A0 A0 A0, and justify content of center. Okay, and align items of center as well. So let us save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that come on the screen. So now after that view, we're going to have a text which says choose your address. So let's save the file. Okay, so as you can see, you're able to see that text come on the screen. So after that particular text, we're going to have one more view. Okay, so I'm just going to copy down the same view and then make the changes. So this, it's going to have a cross icon. So let's get the cross icon. So we're going to make use of this one from Untitled. So I'm going to paste it over here, and yeah, we could save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that coming on the screen. Okay, we have not copied this particular render component code. We need to paste it over here. So now let's give the style for the outermost view that contains all of the 3 views, that is this one. So here I'm going to say give it a background color, that is FEBE10, some internal spacing, that is let's say padding of 10, and we're going to give it a flex direction of row, and we're going to give it, let's say, align items of center. Okay, and a gap of 12. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now I need this particular icon to be pushed towards the rightmost part. So let's push that, and let's give the color of white for both of the icons. So over here, I'm going to target the text, and I'm going to give a flex of 1, and I'm going to give it basically some font size of 16 and a font weight of 500. So let's save the file. So yeah, so as you can see, that's looking better. So yeah, let's continue the design. So basically after this, we're going to initialize our next view. So let's format once. So it's going to be after the background color of that yellow shade. So here I'm going to initialize my second view. So as you saw in the demo part, it's going to contain some bunch of icons. So let's define each one of them. So I'm going to say pressable, import that from React Native. So this is going to contain the chevron back icon. So let's copy this, the same thing, and I'm going to paste it over here. And let's give the style for the pressable. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have, let's say, a width of 30 and a height of 30. It's going to have some border radius of 15, and it's going to have a background color of A0, A0, A0. And again, we're going to give justify center and then align items of center as well. So yeah, let's save the file. So as you can see, you should be able to see that back icon come on the screen. So similarly, we have some more buttons. So let's initialize the pressable a couple of times, and let's make the change. So the next one is going to be the location icon. So I'm just going to make the change for the name. The icon family is going to be the same thing itself. So I'm just going to copy down this one more time. So this is going to be backend time icon. Let's search for that. So backend time from ntypo. So first of all, copy the import the icon family. Okay, it's already copied. So copy the render component code, and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, so let's save the file. So you should be able to see all of the 3 icons. So let's also give the color for this one. It's gonna be 0066 and then B2. So I'm just gonna copy down this and paste it over here. Okay, so for the second part of the icon, that's for the second pressable and the third pressable, we're gonna increase the width. Okay, we're gonna give it 54. So I'm gonna say 54 here, 54. So this would automatically become 27 to make it look circular. So here also 54, and then 54. This would become 27, right? So save the file. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking better, and we're gonna change the background color as well for this. It's gonna be F5, F5, F5. Same thing over here as well. So yeah, so as you can see, that's looking better. So once we give the background color, that should look better. So now I'm just gonna copy down this pressable and I'm gonna paste it over here. So the final one is gonna be chevron right. Okay, so now let's target the view and then let's give the styling. That is this one, this view, which contains 4 icons. One, the second and third one is this one, and now I've not saved the file. That is the third one, that is chevron right. So let's go back and then let's give the design for the view. So I'm going to say style over here. So I'm going to give it some internal spacing, padding of 10, and a background color of white. Okay, and I'm going to give it, let's say, a height of 100, and I'm going to give it a flex direction of a row, and then align items of center and justify also of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 20 between all of the children. So let's format once and let's save the file. So as you can see, that is looking good. Chevron right is not a valid icon name, so let us see that why we've gone wrong. I think it should be from ntypo. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking better. So now the next step is we're gonna design basically the buttons. Okay, that is that is going to be present at the bottom part, as you saw in the demo video. That's going to be two buttons, that is the back button or the next button, because we have few steps over here in this address screen. That is, first of all, to select the address, and the next step is to choose the delivery time, I mean the selected date and the delivery time, and also we need to select the pickup date also and the pickup time as well. So yeah, let's initialize that particular view. So that's going to happen over here, this one. All right, so now yeah, so this in turn is going to contain two pressables. So this pressable is going to contain the text which says back. Again, I'm just going to copy down this. So this is going to say next. Okay, so let's format once. So let's give the style for the first pressable over here. So I'm going to say style. So this is basically going to have a background color of this color code, that is D0 D0 D0. It's going to have some internal spacing, that is padding of 15, and a border radius of 10, and a flex of 1, so that it takes up equal width as the second one as well. So I'm just going to copy down this, and then I'm going to make the change. All right, so instead of this one, it's going to be 0066B2. Apart from that, it's going to have the same styling. So now let's save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see that come on the screen. So let's target the text over here. So first of all, over here I'm going to say style. I'm going to say text align of center. Over here as well, I'm just going to target the style, and I'm going to say text align of center. Okay, so now let's give basically the styling to the outermost view, that is, yeah, this one. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have basically background color of white, and it's going to have some padding of 15, internal spacing, and we're going to give it a flex reduction of a row, align items of center, and a gap of 12. Okay, so as you can see, it's coming actually inside of the background color. We want the buttons to be positioned at the bottom part of the screen, so we're just going to give it a margin top of auto over here. So yeah, as you can see, it's positioned towards the bottom part. So based on whatever step we select, that is whether or not it is step 1, 2, 3 or 4, we're going to show the content over here based on the conditions that we have given. Okay, so now let's initialize some on press event on both of the buttons. So here I'm going to say on press. So for the back, here I'm going to just say handle back. Okay, so here I'm just going to say handle next. So on press, handle next. Okay, so let's define both of them, that is handle back as well as handle next. And also let's give some style for this, I mean along with text align of center. We're going to give it color of white, and we're going to give it a font weight of 500. Okay, so now let's define both of the functions, that is handle next and then handle back. So I'm going to say const handle back equals to a arrow function. So let's first of all initialize the state to check which particular state it is in. Okay, so here I'm going to say const. So first of all, let's define both of the functions. So const handle next. Okay, so let's say const step comma set step equals to use state. So initially it is going to be on, let's say, step 0 or step 1. So on step 1 over here, let's import use state from React. Save the file. So now inside of the handle back, so let's say if at all we are on step number 2, and if I press on the back button, we should come to step number 1. And if at all if I am on step number 1, and if at all I press on back button, nothing should happen. Basically that particular pressable should be considered to be disabled. So we should disable it if at all the step equals to 1, and if you press on the back button. So here inside of the handle back function, I'm going to say set the step. I'm going to access the function or the modifier. I'm going to access the previous step. Okay, so here I'm going to say if at all my previous step is greater than 1, then we are gonna do previous step minus 1. Okay, let's say if it is 2, because 2 is greater than 1, or let's say if it is 3, even 3 is greater than 1. So in that case, if you press on the back button, I'm going to say previous step minus 1. Else, if it is not greater than 1, if it is equals to 1, then we are just going to keep it as is, that is previous step. Okay, so that's it. So now inside of the handle next, we're going to do it so we're going to do this in a different way. So first of all, I'm going to say access the set step. So access the previous step, whatever it is. So here first of all, I'm going to access my next step value. So here I'm going to say const next step equals to previous step plus 1. Okay, so if you want, you can just console.log while running this. Okay, so here I'm going to check if the next step is equals to 4. So this condition check would work when we initialize the backend. So here I'm going to say if my next step equals to 5, then we're going to initialize the function, that is call the place order function. Okay, if at all my step equals to 5, if at all my next step equals to 5. Okay, else we're just going to say return the return the next step, because we are increasing it over here. Okay, so that's it. So here we are trying to access set step, take in the previous step, calculate the next step just by adding plus 1. If at all next step equals to 5, then we're going to place the order function, else we're just going to return the next step. So whatever value is returned, it is going to be stored inside of the set step, and we can access it with the help of the step variable from the state. Okay, so that's it. So let's format once over here, save the file. So let's give this a try, and I'm just going to console.log the step, and let's make some changes over here, that is for the disabled. So here I'm going to say pressable is for the, that is for back button, it is disabled if my step equals to 1. Okay, so for this we're just not going to write anything, because we're going to handle the place order. So here I'm just going to say step equals to 4, then we are here, I'm going to say it should be place order, else it should be next itself. So yeah, let's save the file and let's give this a try. So yeah, currently let's press on book now. So currently, as you can see in the log, it is step 1, whatever is stored inside of state. So now let's say I press on the back button. So currently the value of step is 1. So back button would be disabled, because we've given disabled over here. So as soon as I press on back button, nothing should happen. So as you can see, it's disabled. So let's say I press on the next button. So it's going to go into this particular function. It's going to increase the step value by 1 by considering the previous step, which is 1, and it's going to execute this condition, which is false. It's just going to return it. So it's going to return it to the function. So the step value would become 2. So the step value would be 2. So let's press on next. So as you can see, next step is 2, and that particular value is returned because the if condition has been failed. Correct. So now the step value is 2. So now let's press on the back button. It would go over here. It would access the it would access this particular statement. So currently previous step is 2. It's going to go over here. So it's going to check if previous step is greater than 1. Is 2 greater than 1? It's true. Of course 2 is greater than 1. So here we're going to execute this particular statement, that is previous step minus 1. So previous step is 2. So 2 minus 1. So 1 would be stored over here and returned. So inside of step we should be seeing 1. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, it went from 2 to 1. Again, if you press on this, it is disabled. So like that, it would work pretty much fine if you press on next and come to the back as well. So now based on whatever step number you are present on, we're going to show the UI to the user. Okay, so let's come over here, and then we're gonna start initializing the view for this. That is, we're gonna do it uh yeah, I think over here. So let's initialize a view. Okay, and this in turn is going to have a scroll view, so I'm going to say scroll view. So for this I'm going to give the style over here, so I'm going to say style. It's going to have, let's say, a background color of this color code, that is F0, F8, FF, and we're going to give it a flex of 1 and some internal spacing, that is padding of 10. So let's save the file. Okay, so as you can see, we are able to see that background color being applied. So this container is basically for the conditions that are going to come up, that is based on whatever step you are, we're going to show that over here. Okay, so let's start writing the condition instead of the scroll view over here. So here I'm going to say if at all my step equals to 1, then we're going to show the design for that particular step. So the first step is to basically select the address of that particular person who is logged in. So here I'm going to initialize my view. Okay, so when we initialize the Firebase as backend, then we are going to map over all of the addresses, because the user can add n number of addresses into the backend. So here I'm just going to write the comment that map over all the addresses. All right, so here first of all I'm going to initialize my pressable over here. So this in turn is going to have the plus icon. So let's get the plus icon over here. So we're going to make use of ant design, that is this one. So copy the icon family, and copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it over here. Okay, so below the icon we're going to initialize one pressable, which is going to have a text which says add address. So let's save the file. So as you can see, by default step 1 is present inside of state, so for that reason you're able to see the design for step 1. Okay, so let's format once and let's start giving the style for the pressable, that is this one. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have a flex direction of row and align items of center and a gap of 10. Alright, so let us save the file, and also let us give some font size of 16 to this particular text. So here I'm going to say font size of 16. So as you can see, you're able to see that icon as well as the text being shown correctly. So now after the pressable over here, I'm going to initialize my view. Okay, so when we map over the addresses, so here basically we're going to say map over the addresses. Alright, so here for now I'm just going to hard code the value once when we initialize the backend, and then when the user adds the particular address and we're going to fetch from the backend, then we're going to initialize this properly. So I'm going to initialize my pressable over here. So this pressable in turn is going to have another view. So this view in turn is going to have another view. So inside this view we're going to have the location outline icon and the text which says home. Okay, so let's get the icon, that is location outline. So I'm just going to import the icon family and I'm going to paste it at the top of the code. So icons is already imported, so let's just copy the render component code and we're going to paste it over here, that is just after the view that we have initialized. Yeah, here, and below the icon, as I told, we're going to have a text attribute which is going to say home, right? So I'm going to say text, it's going to say home. So let's give the style for this first of all, that is for the text of home. We're just going to give it some font size and then font weight. So here I'm going to say font size of 17 and font weight of 500. Okay, and yeah, we're going to change the color for this as well, that is 006B2. So let's save the file once, and as you can see, you're able to see both the icon and the home text. So now I'm going to give a style for the upper view, that is this one. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to say flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content of Okay, that's not going to come over here. We're going to just give a gap of 10. So yeah, let's save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking better. So now yeah, after this particular view, that is the first view, we're going to have the flag icon that's going to come towards the rightmost part. So let us get the flag icon from Font Awesome. That is this one. So copy the icon family, and also let's copy the render component code, and I'm just going to paste it after the view as I told. That is over here. So let us save the file. And yeah, so as you can see, that's being shown on the screen. So now we're going to give the style for the upper view, that is the view over here. So I'm going to say style over here. So this is going to have a flex selection of row, align items of center, and we're going to give justify of space between. All right, so let us check that out once. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So now let's give the background color to the pressable so it looks better. So let's come over here. I'm gonna style it out. So background color of white, some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and some margin vertical spacing as well of 15, and we're gonna give it not 15, 10. We're gonna give a border radius of 15. Okay, and pretty much we're gonna give a border width of 1. If at all it is selected, we're gonna give it a border width of 2. So that we will make the change once we initialize the backend, and if at all any address is selected, we're going to look into that. And border color is going to be the same blue shade that we used earlier, that is 006xb2. So let's save the file once. So as you can see, that's looking good. And also let's make the change for the icon over here, and that is the flag icon. It's going to have the blue shade of color. So copy the color code and we're going to paste it over here just like that. So let's save the file, and let's also decrease the size to be, let's say, 22. Okay, yeah, that's looking fine. So now below that, below the font design, below the view, we're going to design the next part where we're going to show the text, that is basically the address. So for now I'm just going to hard code it. Once when we map over all of the addresses with the help of the item object, we're going to show the house number and then the landmark, right? So yeah, let us just give some random address over here. And in the next text, we're going to give the, let's say, city name and some code. So let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that come on the screen. So now let's target the text and then give the style for it. So I'm going to say margin top of 10, a font size of 15, and a font weight of, let's say, 500. So let's write this correctly, 15, and we're going to give it a width of 95%. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. If you want, you can add some more address over here which says, okay, something like this. All right, so now after that we're gonna initialize the style for this one. So I'm gonna say style, give it a slight margin top to space out the top text, so margin top of 6, and I'm gonna give it a color of gray over here, and we're gonna give it a slight font size, so font size of, let's say, 15, and a font weight of 500. So let's save the file. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking good. So yeah, we have finished designing this part, that is step number 1. That is if at all you come to this particular screen. So once when we initialize the backend, as we told, we're going to map over it, and then we're going to show the addresses that is coming from the backend for that particular user. So the next step is we're going to go into step number 2. So let us just minimize this. that is this one. And after over here I'm going to say if at all my step equals to 2, in that case we're going to show this particular design. So I'm going to say view over here. Okay, so this view in turn is going to have another view just like this, and this view in turn is going to have the location icon. So let's get the location icon from the expo icons over here. So we're going to get from evil icons, that is this one. So first of all, import the icon family and then copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it over here. That is where we have the view. Okay, so that's the first thing. So below this we have one more view which is going to contain the text over here, which says choose your pickup slot. Okay, alright, so choose your pickup slot. So yeah, below that, first of all, let's initialize a dependency that is moment. So because we'll be dealing with the dates now, so we need to format it into our particular design and implementation. So yeah, let's install that, that is moment. So I'm going to say yarn add moment inside my terminal. Let's press on enter and let's give it some time to install. Okay, so now moment has been installed. So now the next step is I'm going to initialize a bunch of states at the top level, so that we would be using that in step number 2 and then step number 3. So first of all, let's initialize const current date comma set current date equals to use state, and here I'm just going to pass in moment, that is the initial value, and import moment from moment just like this. So apart from that, we need const delivery date as well. So I'm going to say const delivery date comma set delivery date equals to use state. This also is going to be moment initially. Okay, so apart from that, we need the selected time. So I'm going to say const selected time comma set selected time equals to use state, and initially it's going to be null. And after that, I'm going to say const selected delivery time and then set selected delivery time equals to use state. This also is going to be null. So next we have one more thing, that is selected date. So I'm going to say const selected date comma set selected date equals to use state, and again it's going to be null. Okay, so this is not going to be null, this is going to be moment itself. So I'm going to say moment for the selected date and then the set selected date. So yeah, now let's come back and then let's start designing this. That is step number 2. We have initialized the required states. Okay, so let's save the file once. So let's reload the app. So let's press on step number 2. So as you can see, we're able to see the design being shown for step number 2. That is this one. So yeah, after this text which says pickup slot, here I'm going to say the text. So we're going to format the text value, that is by accessing the current date which is stored inside of state. So here I'm going to say current date dot format to this particular value, that is month 4 times, and then year 4 times. So let's save the file. So as you can see, we are just trying to show the current month, that is January 2024. That is being shown correctly. So now let's give the style for the text. So this is going to have a font size of 16, and let's give the style for this as well. It's going to have a slight margin top of, let's say, 4, and a font weight of 500, and a font size of 16. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that design being shown. So now let's give basically the design for the top view, that is over here. I'm going to give it some margin top value of 10, and I'm going to give it a background color of white. Okay, and I'm going to give it some internal spacing, padding of 10, and a border radius of 10. So let's save the file and look into the design, how it's looking. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now, yeah, the next step is we're basically gonna come over here, that is after this view. So let's also give the style for this because it needs to be in a row fashion. So style over here, flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're gonna give it a gap of, let's say, 10. So as you can see, now that's looking good. So now, yeah, after this particular view, you're gonna initialize our design over here. So here I'm going to say view. Basically we're going to render the date button. So as you saw in the demo video, we'll be rendering, let's say, 5 days starting from today. So suppose today is 31st of Jan, we'll be rendering the next 5 days, that is starting from today, 31st, 1st of Feb, 2nd of Feb, 3rd of Feb, and then 4th of Feb, and then so on. Okay, so for that I've initialized my view. So let us initialize a function that is render date buttons. Okay, so now the next step is we're going to define this function that is render date buttons. So let's scroll up over here, and we could do that over here itself. So here I'm going to say const render date buttons equals to a normal function, and here first of all I'm going to get my next 6 days starting from today. Okay, so I'm going to say const next 6 days equals to, I'm going to initialize a function that is get next 6 days, just like this. And now the next step is we're going to define that function that is get next 6 days. So here I'm going to say const get next 6 days equals to an arrow function. So first of all, here I'm going to initialize my array, which says const next days equals to an empty array. So I'm going to make use of the for loop now because I want the the next 5 days starting from today. So here I'm going to say for let I equals to 0, I is less than 5, and then increment the I counter, that is I plus plus. So here I'm going to say const next date equals to access moment, and passing the current date to this, and we're just going to make use of the add method, and we're going to pass in the I value that is looping in the for loop. So I'm going to pass in I, and I'm going to pass in the value that is days, that is this one. Okay, so we're just going to make use of the push method, and then we're going to push into this particular next days array. So yeah, here after doing that, here I'm going to say next days dot, we have the push method, we're going to push the next date, that is this value. Okay, so after doing that, I'm just going to return the array. So here I'm going to say return the next days. Okay, so here inside the render date buttons, we have initialized a variable that is next 6 days, and we have equated it to a function. So inside the function we are returning the array, so that particular array will be stored inside of this particular next 6 days variable, right? That's the way this thing works. So now let's go back and then let's define the function that is render date buttons. So here I'm going to make use of my return. I'm going to say return access the value that is next 6 days. We're going to map over it. So I'm going to say dot map. So for every date and then the index, I'm going to return a touchable opacity. Okay, so make sure to import touchable opacity from React Native. All right, and inside this we are going to show the text attribute that is over here. Okay, so inside the text we're going to show the date dot, we're going to format it into the way we want to. So I'm going to say date dot format, we have the format method. So here I'm going to say capital D. So let's save the file and let's check out if at all we are able to see all of the required dates. So book now, go to step 2. So as you can see, we're able to see all of the required dates. So today is 31st of Jan, so tomorrow is 1st Feb, 2nd Feb, 3rd Feb, and then 4th Feb. So below that we're going to show the next part of design. So that's going to be text over here again. So here I'm going to say date dot format into this particular value. So this should basically show the month, that is the first three characters. I mean, not the month, the day, that is the first three characters, that is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday. So now let's, give the styling for the touchable opacity over here. So I'm going to say style. So before that, let's come back to the view over here. That is where we had that render date buttons. So currently it is in a row fashion, as you can see. So I mean, not in a row fashion, it's in a column fashion. We want it to be in a row fashion. So I'm going to say style over here. I'm going to give it a flex direction of row. And if at all the screen width is less, we're going to give it a flex wrap of wrap. So it takes up the remaining space at the bottom level. Okay, so that's it. So that's looking fine. So now let's, design the touchable opacity as we told earlier. So let's target the style over here. I'm going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and we're going to give it some external spacing, that is margin of 10, and we're going to give it a slight border radius of 6 to this, and we're going to give it a specific width of, let's say, 50. Alright, so here I'm going to target the background color. So it's going to be white. Okay, so after the background color, we're going to have the border color. So it's going to be 0066 and then B2. And after that, we're going to give it a border width of 1. So let's also simultaneously, target the styles for the text. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a text align of center. So it's going to have a font size of 13, and it's going to have a color of black itself. So let's format once. So let's target the second piece of style. So I'm going to say style over here. So this is basically going to have a margin top. So margin top of, let's say, 3, a text align of center, and we're going to give it a font size of 13 to this, and again color is going to be black. So let's save the file and let's look into how exactly it's looking. So as you can see, the design is looking really good. So now the next step is, if at all the current date is today, then that means it should be in a different background color. So suppose today is 31st of Jan, that is Wednesday. So over here we should be giving a different background color for this, saying that that particular date is currently selected. If at all you want to change the date to, let's say, 2nd of Feb, that means you want to choose this pickup slot, then that means if you press on this, you need to change the background color of that as well. So let's look into that. So now the next step is, I'm going to initialize on press event on the touchable opacity, that is over here. So I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and we have the set selected date state that is already initialized. So I'm going to say set the selected date to be the date. Okay, so let's save the file once. If you want, you can just console.log the selected date. So now we're going to write the condition, and we're going to make the change for the background color. So here I'm going to say background color, if my date dot, we have the is same method, if my date is same as the selected date, which is true for today because 31st is today, then in that case we're going to show a different background color. Okay, so this is going to come over here, colon. Yeah, so in this case we're going to give it the blue shade of color, that is 0066 B2. Else if it's not same, so that is Thursday, Friday, it's not same as today, then it's going to be in the white background itself. So let's save the file, and now as soon as we go to step 2, 31st should be currently selected. So as you can see, 31st is selected because today is 31st and this condition is true, right? So similarly, I'm going to make the change for the remaining things, that is border color and then the border width. So here I'm going to say if my date dot is same of the selected date comma day, then in that case I want it to have a white color, else it's going to be a black color. I mean, for border color, it's going to be transparent if at all it's selected, because we do not want that. Okay, else it's going to be the same thing, that is this blue shade of color. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, the border has become transparent for this. So now for border width also, we're going to make the change. Okay, so here I'm going to say if my date dot is same of the selected date comma day, then border width is going to be 0, else it's going to be 1. So now we're also going to make the change for the color. So if it is selected, it's going to be in white color, else it's going to be in black color itself. Alright, so over here I'm going to make the change. So here I'm going to write, I'm just going to copy down this style. So if my date.html of selected day, then it's going to be in white color, else it's going to be in black color. So copy down the same piece of color design for the second piece of text as well. Save the file. Let's look into it how it is looking. So as you can see, that's looking really good with the white color text and the blue background. So now let's say suppose I press on 2nd of February, so that color should change. So as you can see, we're able to select on each of the date that is present as the pickup slot. So that's looking fine. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is we're gonna design the next part, that is to show the pickup time options for the chosen pickup slot. So let's come down over here. So here I'm gonna say initializer text which says pickup time options. So let's give the style for this. So I'm going to say style. So I'm going to give it a margin horizontal of let's say 10. So let's save the file. So yeah, so as you can see, you're able to see that coming on the screen. So now similarly, like we rendered render date buttons, we're gonna initialize a view for the pickup time options. So copy down the same piece of styling, and here I'm going to say render pickup time options. Okay, so yeah, let's define this function now. So we're going to define it from scratch so it becomes easier to understand how exactly we are looking into the design and implementation, right? So let's come over here. Yeah, so just after this I'm going to say const render pickup time options equals to a normal function. So the way we implement this is, so for a selected date we have 4 pickup options. So first of all I'm gonna import my pickup options at the top of the page over here. So I've just pasted the code for the pickup time options. It's an array of objects, so it's containing the start time and then the end time. So basically we have 4 slots for the pickup time options. So as I told, for a correct for a current selected day, so suppose let's say today is 31st of Jan, that is Wednesday. So we will be mapping over each of the pickup time options and we'll be showing the day. I mean, we'll be showing the pickup time, that is 6:30 to 9 o'clock, or from 5 to 7:30, or the third option that or the fourth option, that is 7:30 to 10 p.m. So let's say suppose if the time is over, so currently now the time is 11:30. So in that case, these two options, that is the 6:30 to 9 a.m. slot and then the 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. slot, will be disabled. You can't book that because the time is already over. Alright, so only these two options, that is 5 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. and then 7:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. only will be available for today, that is 31st Jan. Whereas if you select on the next date, that is 1st of February, which is not yet occurred, which is tomorrow, so all these 4 slots will be available, that is 6:30 to 9, similarly from 5 to 7:30 and from 7:30 to 10 p.m. So that's the way we will be implementing this. So let's come down to the function where we have, that is this particular function. So here I'm going to write the condition that if at all my selected date is present, so here I'm going to say const is current date equals to, I'm going to access the selected date dot is same of the current date comma day. Okay, so I'm going to initialize my time, that is const current time. So this would get this we will get by just accessing the moment value. We would get the current time, whatever is it at that particular point of time. So here I'm going to say return my pickup time options that we have just imported, that is this one. I'll be sending this in the description, you can just check that out. Okay, so here I'm going to say pickup time options dot map. So for every option and then the index, here I'm just going to say you can just console.log the option if you want to. Okay, so here basically I'm going to initialize my start time. So I'm going to say const start time equals to a moment. Here I'm going to say selected date dot format it into this value, that is year, and then month, and then the date. So you can pretty much copy this, the format structure that we'll be using. So here it's going to be option dot start time, comma, year, month, and then the day, and we'll be formatting it into this value, that's LT. So let's format once. Alright, so now the next step is we're going to check if the current time slot is past the current time, right? So here I'm going to say check if the time slot given from the array is past the current time. If it is past the current time, we should of course disable it, right? So I'm going to say const is time slot past equals to is current date, and we're going to say start time dot is before method. We're going to make use of this is before method of the current time. Okay, so that's the way we're going to check if at all the time slot is past the current date. So after that, here I'm going to say return touchable opacity again. Okay, so inside the touchable opacity, we're going to have of course the text. So I'm going to make use of my backticks. So here basically I'm going to access my option dot start time hyphen option dot end time. So let's save the file and let's look into the design if at all it's working out correctly. So as you can see, we're able to see the 4 time options that's being shown on the screen. So now let's initialize the style for the touchable opacity over here. So I'm going to say style. So here I'm going to say text decoration line here I'm going to access the condition that is time slot past. Then we're going to say line through because that should be disabled. We should not be able to select it because the time is past, and else it's going to be none. Okay, so apart from that, we're also going to access the opacity. So I'm going to say opacity if my is time slot past, then we're going to give it 0.5, else it's going to be 1. So we're going to give it some padding of 10, margin of 10, and a border radius of 5. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, as soon as we came to step number 2, the first 2 lines are line through. I mean, they're considered to be disabled. That is 6:30 to 9 a.m. and 9 to 11:30 because the time is 11:36, and these 2 timings are past the current time. So that's the way we're going to implement this. And now the next step is we're going to initialize, let's say, on press event on the touchable opacity that is over here. So I'm going to say on press. So it's going to take in a function. So here I'm going to say if not of is time slot past, then only we're going to select that option, that is set selected time. We have already initialized this in the state of the option, whatever it is present. Okay, so by doing this, we should not be able to select the timings over here, that is 6:30 to 9 and then 9 to 11:30. So now based on whatever is selected, we're just gonna apply the background color over here. So I'm just gonna paste in the code for the background color. So here I'm gonna say if my selected time and selected time dot start time equals to option dot start time and selected time dot end time equals to option dot end time, then it's gonna be this particular blue shade, else it's going to be white. We are writing this condition because we are working with objects, right? So make sure that you write like this. So now let's save the file. So let us press on this time slot 5 to 7:30. So as you can see, that is being correctly shown. Okay, so yeah, now the next step is we're gonna target the same thing for the text over here. So now for the text also, I'm just going to copy down the same piece of styling that we are done for the background color. So if this condition matches, then I want it to be in white color, else it's going to be in black color, and I've given a text align of center. So that's it. So now let's press over here. So as you can see, if I select this, automatically it is changing the text color to white. So yeah, that part is working absolutely fine. So we have finished designing the step number 2. So now the next step is let's move on to step number 3, where it's going to be similar to this design itself. So first of all, let's minimize this particular step number 2, and then we're gonna write the condition for step number 3, that is over here. Okay, so here I'm gonna write the condition, that is if at all my step equals to, let's say, 3. So and I'm gonna initialize my fragment over here, and I'm gonna initialize my view. Okay, so this view in turn is gonna have one more view, and this view in turn is gonna have one more view, which is gonna have the location icon as well as the text. So we have previously done this, so I'm just gonna copy down from the top one, I think from step 2. Yeah, this particular location icon, and yeah, so after the icon we're gonna have the text which says pickup slot. Okay, so yeah, so for this we're gonna give the style. So I'm gonna say style flex direction of a row, align items of center, and I'm gonna give it a gap of 10. Okay, and let's also give the style for the top view. So I'm gonna give it basically a background color of white, and I'm gonna give it a slight margin top of, let's say, 10, and some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and a border radius of 10. Okay, so let's save the file once, and let's go to step number 3. So this is step 1, 2, and then let's select any one of the date and then 3. So as you can see, the design is being shown on the screen. So yeah, that's looking fine. So now after that particular view, we're gonna have one more design over here, I mean one more icon, that is the edit icon. So let's get it from the expo icons, that is this one, and design is already imported, so paste it over here. So now let's give the style for this particular view, that is the inner view. So access the style, so I'm going to say flex direction of a row, align items of center, and we're going to give it basically a gap of 10. Alright, and we're going to give it a border radius of 10 as well. Okay, sorry, not border radius of 10, we're going to give it justify of space between. So yep, let's give that a try and let's see how exactly it's looking. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's continue with the design. So after this particular view, that is this one, we're going to continue designing this. So initialize the view. So this view in turn is going to have one more view, and this view is basically going to have the text. So here we're going to show the selected timings from the previous step, that is step number 2. So this is text number 1 and this is text number 2. So anyhow we have access to the selected date, so we're gonna format it. That's it. So I'm going to say selected date dot format to this particular value, that is capital D. So again this is going to be selected date dot format to the day that was previously selected. So let's also give the styling for both of them. So I'm going to say text align of center, and I'm going to say color of white, and I'm going to give it a margin top of 3 because this is the second text, and I'm going to give it a font size of 13. Let's also give the similar styling for the top text over here. So I'm going to say style, I'm going to say text align of center, okay, and I'm going to give it let's say again a font size of 13 and a color of white. So let's save the file and let's look into the design. So okay, not sure why exactly it's not being selected. Okay, currently we are not able to see the text actually, so let's look into why we have gone wrong. So actually currently today is selected, and even this is selected. Okay, my bad, because the color is white, right? So that's the reason we're not able to see, because it is already present over there. So let's give the background color so it looks better. So let us target this particular view. So I'm going to give style over here. So padding of 10, some internal spacing, and margin of 10, some external spacing, and we're going to give some border radius of 6. So border radius of 6, and I'm going to give it a specific width of 50, and I'm going to give this particular background color, that is 0066 and then B2. So now we should be able to see the currently selected date. Okay, so step number 2. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now after that particular view, we're going to initialize our second view, that is going to come over here. Okay, so this view in turn is going to have a text which is going to show us the selected time dot start time and then selected time dot end time. So I'm just going to copy down the text which we have previously designed, that is this one, and I'm just going to show it on the screen by making some changes. So instead of option, I'm just going to say selected date, selected time, not selected date, selected time dot start time and then selected time dot end time. So let's give the style for this. So it's going to have a text align of center, and it's going to have a color of white. Okay, and let's also give the style over here. So I'm going to say style, so padding of 10, some internal spacing, I'm going to give it some border radius of 5 and a background color of this color code 0066B2. So yep, let's save the file. So now let's see if at all we are getting the correct results. So as you can see, we are seeing both of the selected date and then selected time slot. So now let's give the style for the view that contains these two views, that is over here. So I'm going to say style, flex direction of a row, align items of center, and we're going to give it justify of space between. Okay, so apart from that, let's check out the design. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now the next step is we're going to show the buttons, the delivery pickup slot and the time as well. So let's look into that. So let's come over here, that is, let's minimize this view. So here I'm going to initialize my view. So this is going to have basically another view. So this is going to say render buttons, not date buttons, render buttons. Date buttons was for the previous one. So I'm just going to copy down the same style that we have given previously, flex direction of row, and then if at all the screen width is less, we're going to give it a flex wrap of wrap, so it comes down and takes up the remaining space. So now the next step is we are going to define, first of all, let's give the style for this. So I'm going to say style over here, background color of white, some margin top of 10, some internal spacing of padding, so padding of 10, and we're going to give it a slight border radius of 10 as well. So now the next step is you're going to define this function that is render buttons. So it's going to be super similar to the previous one, but still we're going to write down the function from scratch, so it becomes easier to understand. Okay, so here I'm going to say const render buttons equals to an arrow function. Okay, so here I'm going to say const next 6 days equals to get next days, not next 6 days. So this is going to be a different function, because inside this step number 3 we're going to show the date from the next 2 days. So let's say today is 31st of Jan. So in the next in the step 3 we won't show the date from from 1st of Feb, because we would at least require 2 days of bandwidth to satisfy the order. So considering that point, we are going to show the next 2 days, and from the next 2 days we're going to show the 5 days. So let's consider today is 31st of Jan. So inside of step number 3 we're going to show it from 2nd of Feb, 2nd of Feb, 3rd of Feb, 4th of Feb, 5th of Feb, and then so on. So now let's define the function that is get next days, that is over here. So I'm going to say const next get next days equals to an arrow function. So I'm going to similarly initialize my array, that is const next days equals to an empty array. So I'm going to initialize my start date. So I'm going to say let start date equals to a moment dot add. You're going to say add method of 1 comma days, that is going to start from tomorrow. So if the selected date is within the next 2 days, if that's the case, then we need to start from the selected date plus the 2 days. So here I'm going to say if moment of my selected date, whatever is present, we're going to say is same or before. I'm going to access moment over here. I'm going to add the value to considering the days. Okay, and over here I'm going to pass in the days, the day. So if this is the case, then we're going to say my start date is going to be moment of the selected date dot add of 2, because that's the condition we've given, and I'm going to say days over here. Okay, so that's it. So this is the function with a slight change from the previous one. And next thing, again we're going to add the 5 days from the selected plus 2 days with the help of the for loop. So I'm going to say for let I equals to 0, I is less than 5, so I plus plus. So here I'm going to say const next date equals to access the moment and initialize the start date to it, and I'm going to say add the ith value, the I counter value, and it's going to be days over here. So with the help of push method, I'm going to say the next days dot push of the next date. So that's it. So I'm just going to return the array over here, that is next days. Okay, so that's it. So now let's come back over here, that is to the function where we have render buttons. So here I'm going to write return next 6 days dot map. So for every date and then the index, I'm going to return a touchable opacity. So let's provide the key to this. So key is going to be index. Okay, and yeah, so this in turn is going to take in, of course, the text. So we have two texts. There's the text 1 and then text number 2. So for text 1 we're going to say date dot format into this, and again it's going to be similar from the first one. It's going to be DDD to get the days in characters. So let's give the style for both of them. So we're going to say text align of center, margin top of 3, font size of 13. Copy down the same thing and we're going to paste it over here. So now let's target the pressable over here for the touchable opacity. For the touchable opacity. So here I'm going to say on press, we have the set delivery date, that is from state. We have defined it already. So here I'm going to say set the delivery date to be of that particular date. So let's give the style for the touchable opacity. So it's going to be pretty same as the previous one. So I'm just going to copy down that. So I'm going to paste it over here. So instead of selected date, it's going to be delivery date. All right. So again, we're going to make the same change for the color of the text. We're going to just copy down from the previous one. So it should be delivery date. Okay. So delivery date and then delivery date. So yep, that's it. So let's save the file and let's give this a try. Hopefully we should be seeing the correct results. So yep, as you can see, we're able to see all of the days showing up, correct? So currently it is, I think it's taking up the remaining space, so it's coming to the next column. So if you want, you can just give 4 days so that it is to be seen in a single row, right? So let's give that a try. So in the for loop, let's loop over just 4 times, not 5 times. And also, as you can see, the step number 3, the date is showing from 2nd February and not from and not from 1st. Okay, so yeah, so as you can see, that's looking better. So let's see why it is taking up some internal spacing. So let's look into that, if we could fix that error. So let's remove the margin over here. Okay, not for this one. For the next one. Okay, not okay. We can't do that because it would remove the space between the children. But the thing is, we need to just put these boxes towards the left most part. So I think we should make the change for this in the step number 3 where we have initialized it. Yeah, so the selecting is fine. Yeah, I think that's okay. That's not an issue actually. So now the next step is we're going to initialize the final part of the design, that is the pickup options that we are done previously. So let's try and copy this down below so that we can see that differentiation. Okay, so let us save the file one. So now we should be seeing that in a different container altogether. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now the next step is, okay, now let's try to loop in one more time so that it wouldn't come into the next line. So we're going to loop in 5 times only. That is inside the function. Yeah, instead of 4, I'm going to say 5. So let's give this a try. So as you can see, now that's looking really good. So now the next step is we're going to come down and then we're going to show up the pickup time options. So let's come down to step number 3. Yeah, so after the view, I'm going to initialize my text, which says pickup time options. All right, so this is going to have basically a margin horizontal. So I'm going to say style margin horizontal of 10, and I'm just going to copy down this and make the change for the function, that is render time options. So I'm just going to copy down this function. It's going to be super similar from the previous one, and then I'm going to paste it at the top. Okay, so I've just pasted the code for the render time options. So currently we are just mapping over the same pickup time options. That is the same array, and then we're going to initialize the start time. I think that's not used over here. So over here I'm just going to return the touchable opacity, and same thing is done as we have done previously. So I've just saved the file. So let's look into this once, how the design is looking. So step number 3. So as you can see, currently nothing is selected. Okay, once when we press on that, it's gonna show up the selected one. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking really good. The design is looking nice. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is, if at all I press on the basket tab, we should be showing a button to place an order. So as you saw in the demo video, like, the order can be placed in two ways. One is by choosing the correct number of items that is inside of the basket screen, or by directly placing an order by selecting the pickup slot as well as the pickup slot from the step number 2, and then placing the order. So now the next step is, we're gonna give the option to the user to place an order by choosing n number of details, that is the laundry items, whatever is present. So now the next step is, we would be designing the basket screen. So we would be giving some options to the user to add some items to the cart. So we would be categorizing some items, that is if it is related to men or women or even household items. So over here the user can add some items into the cart and then place the order by going into this particular screen. Okay, so that's the second way of placing the order, that is by selecting basically the time slots, the initial time slot in step number 2, and then the next, that is the delivery time slot in step number 3, and then you can place the order without selecting the items. So if at all you know the correct number of items you're going to place an order for, you can actually go into the basket tab, and then we would provide an option to the user to add some items to the cart. And after adding the items to the cart and after seeing the cart screen, we would be directly navigated to this particular screen, that is over here, where the user can select the address and then place that particular order. So now let's come back to the basket tab, and then let's start designing this particular screen. So I'm going to initialize my view over here instead of the text that is present. So inside this view I'm going to have a text which says basket total. Okay, and below the text we're going to have one more view. So this in turn is going to have two texts. So currently I'm just going to hard code the values. So I'm just going to say ₹0, and this here I'm going to say for 0 items. So let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see the design on the screen. So now I'm going to give the style for the outermost view, that is this one. So I'm going to give some padding of 10, and I'm going to give it a background color of this color code, that is 0066P2, and I'm going to give it a flex direction of row and align items of center and justify of space between. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now I'm going to give the style for the text over here. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have, let's say, a font size of 16, and it's going to have font weight of 500 and a color of white. So for this text I'm going to give the style color of white and a font size of 17. Okay, so I'm just going to copy down that and I'm going to paste it over here. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now the next step is, so now after this design I'm going to initialize my another view that's going to come over here. So this is going to have a text which says your basket is empty. Alright, so over here for the text I'm going to give the style. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a font size of, let's say, 15 and a font weight of 600. Okay, so I'm going to give the style for the view over here. So I'm going to say style, a padding of 10, and I'm going to give it a justify content of center and align items of center, and we're going to give it a background of white, some border radius of 7, okay, and some margin top value of let's say 20, and margin horizontal of 10. I'm going to give it a specific height of 200. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now the next step is we're going to initialize one more pressable so that the user can press and place an order. So here I'm going to initialize my pressable, import from React Native, and it's going to have a text which says place an order. So I'm just going to style out the pressable over here. So I'm going to say style. So I'm going to give it some margin top of 50. Okay, and I'm going to give it some align items of center, justify of center, padding of 15, a width of 200, margin left and right of auto, so it comes to the center part of the screen, and I'm going to give it a border radius of 4. So yeah, let's save the file once. So this is basically the initial design for the place order button. So I've forgotten the background color. So background color is 006B 66B2. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now for this text, I'm gonna give the style. So text align of center and then color of white. So now the next step is, if at all we press on this particular place an order button, we should be navigated to the next screen, that is the select screen. So let's initialize a new screen inside of my basket folder. I'm gonna say select.js. So rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file. So include that particular screen into the layout. Okay, so now let's start designing the select screen. So first of all, let's initialize the on press event on the pressable that we have. So initialize the router. Okay, and here I'm going to say on press, taken a function, and here I'm going to say router.push to /basket/select. So let's give this a try. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the select screen. So now let's start looking into the design of select screen, where we have n number of items for each particular category that we saw in the demo part of the video. So here, first of all, inside of my select screen, I'm going to import my required data, that is with the men data, the women data, the kids data, as well as the household items data. So I've just pasted the required data over here. So this is the men data. So it contains an array of objects with the ID, the image, the name, and the price tag for that particular item. So similarly, we have for women's data, the kids data, as well as the house data. So I'll be sending all of this in the description. You can just copy that out and then you can use it. Okay, so also apart from that, I'm going to initialize some state, that is to check which option is currently selected. So I'm going to say const option comma set option equals to use state, and initially it's going to be let's say men is selected. Okay, and yeah, apart from that, I'm going to say const selected option comma set selected option equals to use state. So here let's give an initial state, that is wash plus fold is selected. So let's import use state from React over here, and let's save the file. Alright, so now let's initialize our scroll view over here. So I'm going to say scroll view. So make sure to import scroll view and use it over here. Okay, so inside the scroll view, I'm going to initialize my view, and inside this view we're going to have another view. So inside this view again, we're going to have one more view which is going to contain the pressable. Import that from React Native, and we're going to get the back icon. that is this one. So yeah, import the icon family first and copy down the render component code, and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, and let's give the style for the pressable. I'm gonna say style. It's gonna have a width of 30 and a height of 30 and a border radius of, let's say, 15, and the background color of this color code, that is A0 A0 A0, and we're going to give a justify of center and align items of center. So yeah, let's save the file once. So as you can see, you're able to see that on the screen. So apart from the pressable, we're going to have a text which says our laundry list. So I'm going to say our. Alright, so this is going to have a font size of 17. So after this, we're going to initialize one more piece of design. Okay, so you're able to see that text. So yeah, after this view, I'm going to initialize my another view which contain two icons, that is a search icon and the 3 bars icon. So let's get that from the expo icons. So search is going to come from feather. So import the icon family first, that is over here, and yeah, copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it over here. All right, and yeah, along with this we need the 3 bars icon. So let's get that as well. So I'm going to search for 3 bars from oct icons. So again, let's import the icon family and copy the render component code. So we're going to paste that over here. Okay, so for this we're going to give the style, that is for the view. So we're going to give it a flex direction of row, align items of center, and a gap of 10. So now we're going to give the style for the outermost view, that is going to contain the pressable as well as the second view, that is over here. So here I'm going to say so here for the style I'm going to give a flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give justify content of space between. So let's give this a try. So as you can see, that's looking okay. So now we're going to give the style for the outermost view, that is this one. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a background color, that is this one, FEBE10, and some internal spacing, padding of 12. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking fine. So let us give the style for this particular view, that is going to contain the pressable. I'm going to say flex direction of row, align items of center, and a gap of 10. Okay, so that's looking fine. So this icon, so the color we need to change for that, it's going to be the blue shade of color, that is 0066B2. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now the next step is we're going to initialize our next design. So let us minimize this, initialize the view over here. All right, so here I'm gonna initialize my pressable, and inside this I'm gonna get my first image. Okay, so I've just pasted the image as well as the text which says wash plus fold, and make sure to import image from React Native, and I'll be sending the image link in the description. You can just check that out, and pressable is already imported, right? So let's save the file, and okay, so as you can see, you're able to see that design on the screen. So now let's style out the pressable over here and copy it down a couple of times and then make the changes. So here I'm going to give it a background color of white and a width of, let's say, 80, a height of 80, justify content of center, align items also of center. Yeah, so apart from that, we're going to give a border radius of 5 and we're gonna give it a border width of 1. So let's save the file. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking okay. So now we're gonna give basically we're gonna copy this a couple of times because we have 4 options, and then I'm gonna make the changes. So save the file. So as you can see, it is being shown 4 times on the screen. Okay, so now let's give the style for the outermost view, that is this one. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a margin top of 16, a flex direction of a row, align items of center, and justify content of space around. So let's look into that. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's make the changes for the remaining things. So I'm just gonna first of all change the text. So second text is gonna say wash plus ion. So next, after wash plus ion, we have the third text that says steam ion. And we have the fourth text which says dry clean. So I'm just gonna also import all of the required images for each one of them, starting from the second one. So I've just imported all of the required images for the other 3 pressables. So I'm just gonna save the file. So let's go into the basket tab, and as you can see, you're able to see the image being changed. So now for each one of the pressable, we're going to initialize the onPress event. Over here, I'm going to say onPress, take in a function, and here I'm going to say set the selected option. We have already defined the state for this to be whatever is there over here, that is wash plus fold. So I'm just going to copy down this a couple of times for all of the remaining pressables, that is over here, here, as well as over here. Now let's make the change from the bottom part. So instead of that, it's going to say dry clean over here, and here it's going to be steam ion, and here it's going to be wash plus ion. Okay, so this would be that itself. So now let's save the file. So yeah, so now if at all any of them is selected, then we're going to give it a background color showing that it is selected. So now let's come to the first pressable. So here I'm going to say the border color, if the selected option equals to, let's say, wash plus fold, which is true in the first case because it's stored inside of state, then I wanted to have this color code 006xb2, else I want it to be transparent. So let's give this a try. So as you can see, by default wash plus fold is selected in this state. So for that reason, you're able to see the border color being applied. So I'm just going to copy down this a couple of times for the for the remaining pressables as well, and for the final one also. Okay, so here it's going to be dry clean instead of this one, and here we are going to say steam ion, that is over here, and this is going to be wash ion, and this is going to be wash plus fold itself. So now let's give the try for all the remaining items, that is wash plus ion, steam ion, and then dry clean. So as you can see, everything is working absolutely fine. So now the next step is we're going to show the design for the different kinds of categories that we have, right? That is men, kids, women, and then household. So let's minimize this and let's initialize a view over here. Okay, and yeah, so here first of all I'm going to initialize my view. Alright, so this view in turn is going to have a pressable, and inside of the pressable we're going to have a text which says men. Okay, so yeah, now let's give the style for the text. I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a font size of 14, a font weight of 500, and a text align of center. Okay, and for the pressable I'm going to give the style. So here I'm going to give some internal spacing padding of 10, and I'm going to say background color of white. Alright, and we're going to give it a specific width of 60. Yeah, we have already given the padding. So yeah, let's save the file, and you should be seeing the first category, that is men. So now I'm going to give the style for the outermost pressable. So before that, outermost view, I'm going to paste this a couple of times for the remaining categories. So the second one is going to say women. So this is going to say kids, and this is going to be household. Okay, so yeah, let's save the file once and let's look into the design. Okay, so you're able to see all of the boxes being shown on the screen. Okay, so now if let's target the pressable over here. I'm going to say style. We're going to give it a margin vertical 20, flex of row, align items of center, a gap of 10, and justify of space around. So let's format once and then save the file. So as you can see, that's looking okay. So we need to increase the width for the remaining categories, that is women and the household. So for women here, I'm gonna give 70. Okay, and let's say for the household, we're gonna keep it to be 70 or 65. Yeah, so for women it's gonna be 70, and for household I'm just gonna remove this, so it is gonna take up the correct amount of space, just like this. Okay, so now the next step is we're going to check we're going to initialize on press event on each of the pressables that is present. So I'm going to say on press, taken a function, and we have the state already initialized, that is set option. So here I'm going to say set option to be men. So I'm just going to copy down this a couple of times for all of the remaining pressables, that is here, here, and here. So from the bottom, let's make the change. So it's going to be household. Okay, and it's and for the second one it's going to be kids, and this is going to be a woman. Alright, so now we also need to make the change for the background color as well. So let's start from the first. So here I'm going to say background color. Here I'm going to write if at all my option equals to men, then it's going to be in a different background color, that is 0066b2, else it's going to be in white itself. So just copy down this and paste it for the remaining things, that is over here and over here and also over here. Okay, so now let's make the change. So instead of men, it's going to be household over here, and instead of men, again option should be equals to kids, and here again it should be equals to women. Alright, so yep, that's it. We also need to make the change for the text color. So let's target that. So first let's save the file. So currently, since men is selected, you're able to see that design being applied. Okay, so yeah, let's also give a slight border radius. So I'm going to say border radius of 4. So I'm just going to paste this for everything over here. So yep, as you can see, the border radius is being applied. So now let's target the text over here, that is for the color, as we discussed. So again, it's going to be the same thing, that is if option equals to this thing, we're going to give the color for that. So if option equals to men, then it's going to be in white color, else it's going to be in a gray color. So let's copy down this a couple of times for all of the remaining texts. Over here as well as over here. So now let's make the change required. So here it should be household, and here it should be kids, And finally over here also, I mean for here it should be woman. Okay, so that's it. So let's save the file and now let's give a try for each one of the block. So currently men is selected, so let's press on woman. So as you can see, we're able to select each one of those. So that's working absolutely fine. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is we will be mapping over the data that we have for each category, and then we'll be showing it on the screen. So let's minimize this once. So here I'm going to initialize my view. All right. So yep, so here first of all I'm going to give the style for the view, that is some margin horizontal. So I'm going to say margin horizontal of 10. So here I'm going to write the condition that if at all my option equals to men and so I'm going to initialize my view over here. Okay, so here inside this view I'm going to map over my men data. So I'm going to say men data dot map. So for each and every item and then index, I want to return a whole new component. So let me just let me just initialize my component. So first of all I'm going to press on app.js, new folder, components. So I'm going to name it, I'm going to create a new file that is dress item.js. So rnfes to get the shutdown snippet, save the file. So here I'm just gonna import the dress item component. Okay, so to this I'm gonna pass in some required options, that is the item itself, and the selected option is gonna be selected option, and we're gonna say key equals index. So let's save the file and then let's start designing the dress component. So as you can see we have 5 items inside of the men data, so that reason it's showing 5 times over here, right? So now let's come back to the dress item component and we're gonna start designing this. So first of all let's destructure the props, that is getting the item as well as the selected option. So here I'm going to initialize my pressable for the entire component, import that from React Native. So inside the pressable I'm going to initialize my view, and inside the view I'm going to have my image. Okay, so make sure to import the image from React Native. So this in turn is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. So it's going to be item.image. You can just check out the data that we have. So let's target the style for this. I'm going to give it a width of 40 and a height of 40, and I'm going to save the file. So okay, not sure why nothing is being shown. So let's refresh the app once. Okay, not sure why the image is not being shown. So let's try that once with the name, and let's see if that is being shown or if there is some problem while showing the image. So item.name. Okay, that's weird. So let's come back to the select page and let's look into where we've gone wrong. Okay, wrong spelling for this. Item equals to item. So now we should be seeing the correct results. So let's come back over here and let's press and place an order. So as you can see, we have the image as well as the text being shown on the screen. So yeah, let's initialize a view, and inside that I'm gonna put my text. That's this one. Okay, so below the text we're gonna have to show the price that is present. So I'm going to say text over here. So as you can see over here at the top we have 4 options, that is wash plus fold, wash plus iron, steam iron, and then dry clean. So for each option you select, it is going to have a different price tag. Okay, so suppose you select wash plus fold, it's going to have a different price for the men category and for the women category. So suppose you press on wash plus iron, then automatically we're going to increase the price since you have selected the second option. So here I'm going to say rupees. So here I'm going to write the condition, that is if at all my selected option that's coming from the props equals to, let's say, wash plus fold. Okay, then not wash plus fold. If it's wash plus iron, then it's going to be item dot price So here I'm going to say item dot price plus 20. Okay, else if my selected option equals to, let's say, steam ion, that is the third option in this case. If it is steam ion, so here I'm going to say the price is going to be item dot price plus 35, that is the extra charge. Else here I'm going to write if my selected option equals to the dry clean, so dry clean. So in this case I'm going to say item dot price plus increase it by 45. Else if it is the default option, that is wash plus fold, then just put it to be item dot price itself. Okay, so this is the way we write the conditional codes. So yeah, let's save the file once. Okay, so by default we have the original prices because wash plus fold is selected. So let's say now I press on wash plus iron, automatically the price should get increased. So let's say I press on dry clean, it should increase by 45. Okay, so just like that, everything's working fine. So yeah, after that we're going to initialize the pressable over here, that is going to contain the plus circle icon so that we can add items to the cart. So I'm going to search for plus circle, that is from and design. So first of all, import the icon family, and we're going to copy the render component code. So we're going to paste that over here. Okay, so now let's give the style for the remaining view. So now let's give the style for the outermost view, outermost pressable, that is this one. So I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it basically a padding of 10. Okay, and I'm going to give it a background color of white. I'm going to give it some margin vertical of 13, and I'm going to give it a flex direction of row and align items of center and a gap of 12. So let's give this a try. How is it looking? So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now I want this particular icon to be pushed towards the rightmost part. So I'm going to come to the view and then I'm going to give it a flex of 1 where we have the text that is over here. So I'm going to say style, I'm going to say flex of 1. So automatically the icon is pushed towards the rightmost part. Also, I do not want to give align items of center, I guess. Let's remove that once. That is this one. Save the file. Okay, so that's looking fine. Or yeah, let's keep it, because when we initialize the minus button and plus button, it's going to look good. And of course we're going to change the color for this, that is the black icon. So it's going to be 89C FF0. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking good. So now we're going to give the style for this particular text. I'm going to say style. It's going to have a margin top of 3. So for this I'm going to give style a font size of 15, a font weight of 500. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, that's looking good, and it's horizontal, and it's scrollable as well. So now the next step is we will be implementing this the similar way for the remaining categories, that is women, kids and household, but we will not be creating a new component. We will be mapping over in the same page itself, that is the select page. So let's come back over here and let's complete this design. All right, so yeah, after this view I'm going to initialize my another view. So again I'm going to just copy down the style, that is margin horizontal of 10. And yeah, so here I'm going to write my condition that if at all my option equals to woman, and I'm going to initialize my view over here. So here I'm just going to map over this. I'm just going to copy down this. Let's remove the dress item. Okay, so instead of instead of men data, I'm going to say women data. So I'm just going to copy down the same thing, whatever is there inside of the pressable over here from the component. So make sure to import everything that is required, that is image pressable. So image is there, pressable is there, and then and design icon, that's the one which we want. So that is over here. So make sure to import and design as well. So let's save the file and let's go to basket. So place in order women. So as you can see, we have all of the women category items. Let's give the key to this. So similarly, you can do the same thing for kids and then household. It's going to be pretty similar. So here I'm going to say key equals to index. So format once. So make sure to minimize this. Copy this 2 times. One is for the kids, one is for the household. So this is for the household. So I'm going to say household. I hope that's a correct spelling. Okay, so let's check that out once. That is, yeah, this one. So yeah, we have written it correctly. And let's map over the household data, house data, and this is going to be woman data. This is men, this is woman, this is going to be kids. Okay, so instead of women, I'm going to say kids, and here we're going to say kids data.map. So save the file. So just like that, we have mapped over everything, and you should be seeing the correct results for each category that we have designed. So now let's give this a try. So let's press on basket and then place an order. So let's check for women. So as you can see, that's looking good. So for kids, we're able to see that that particular kids categories. So for kids, you are able to see that particular kids categories items, and for household, let's check that out. Again, we have 4 items inside of household. So yeah, let's give some space between the rupees as well as uh, the price that is present. So let's see if that actually got applied. Yeah, it is being applied. So just copy this down and then just give the same thing for everything. Okay, so just like that, and we're also going to give it for this. I guess I think it's already given. Alright, so we have finished designing the select screen, that is with all of the categories and the top categories, that is whichever you want to select. Okay, so we have the men category, the women category, the kids category, as well as the household category. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is the redux part of it, so that we could add some items to the cart, and we should be and we could also design the cart screen. So now yeah, let's head over to Chrome and then install Redux toolkit as well as React Redux. So now let's head to Chrome and then install 2 things, that is the React Redux as well as the Redux toolkit. So let's go to the first link over here, and I'm gonna press on get started, and let's scroll down and then let's install this one, the Redux toolkit. So let's come back to the app. So instead of my terminal, I'm just gonna paste it over here. Let's also copy this piece of code, that is React Redux. This also would be required. So copy that, and after this gets installed, I'm gonna paste it over here and then enter. So now let's just reload the app once. All right, so let's just say npx expo start and then enter. I'm going to press on I to open on iOS simulator. Alright, so now the next step is let's define some functions, that is inside of a Redux folder. So first of all, let's create a Redux folder, and that we'll be defining few functions that we'll be using for adding items to the cart or removing items from the cart, or increment quantity or decrement quantity as well. So let's press on app.js so that it is at the root level. So new folder, here I'm going to say Redux, and inside of Redux I'm going to say new file. So here I'm just going to say cart reducer.js. So here in this page we'll be defining the exact functionality of what we'll be doing. So this would be a bit different from the project that we used to do earlier, where we had written the code for Redux, that is the add to cart functionality, remove from cart functionality, or the other two, that is that is increment quantity or decrement quantity. So because we would be writing this in a different way, because inside of the cart we would also be adding the category that is chosen, that is not here in the basket. So along with the item that is pressed on, we would also be adding whatever is chosen over here, that is is it wash plus fold or wash plus iron or steam iron or something like that. So inside over here, first of all, I'm gonna import my create slice method. So I'm gonna say import create slice from Redux toolkit, just like this. and here I'm going to say export const cart slice equals to create slice. So inside the object is going to take in three things, that is the name, the initial state, and a set of reducers. So since we are building a cart system, I'm just going to say cart over here, and I'm going to pass in my initial state, which is in the form of an object. I'm going to initialize my cart and provide an empty array the initial state. So after that, I'm just going to initialize my reducers over here. This also is in the form of an object. So I'm going to define my first action, that is going to be add to cart action. Alright, so this is going to take in, of course, the state as well as the action over here. So here, first of all, let's understand how exactly this is going to work, right? So first of all, we're going to take in two things from action.payload, that is the item itself, that is the details of all of these, the image, the price, and then the name of that particular product or item. And then we also need the category that is chosen, that is the selected option over here. Either it is wash plus fold or wash plus iron or something like that. And first of all, we're going to check if at all there is any existing item index present inside of the cart, right? So first, let's write that statement. So I'm going to say const item comma category equals to action.payload. Okay, and here I'm going to say const existing item index equals to, I'm going to say state dot cart dot apply the find method in JavaScript, not find index method. So here I'm going to say for each cart item, so let's write that correctly. So for each for each cart item, I need to say cart item dot id should be equals to the item dot id. So you would understand this in just a bit once you add item to the cart, and then once you check the console.log of the cart, you'd be understanding why I have written cart item dot id equals to item dot id. So if this condition becomes true, then of course item is already present inside of the cart. So here I'm going to say if my existing item index is not equals to -1. Okay, so in that case, item already exists in the cart, so then increment the quantity. So I'm going to say state dot cart. Over here I'm going to say existing item index dot access the quantity of that particular item plus plus. Okay, so that's it. Else, of course, then that particular item is not present inside of the cart, so in that case we need to push it into the cart. So I'm going to say state dot cart dot apply the push method over here. So here inside the push method, I'm going to pass in the item value. So this is going to take in whatever is there in the item, that is from the action or payload, and I'm going to initialize a quantity of 1 for that particular item. Along with this, I'm going to add my category, that is this one, that's going to come from action.payload. So this is the functionality to add an item to the particular cart. So now let's write the next one, that is increment quantity. So this is going to take in again the state and then the action. So here I'm going to check if at all my item is present inside of the cart. So I'm going to say const item present equals to state dot cart dot find method. So for every item, here I'm going to say if my item dot id is equals to the action dot payload dot id. Okay, so in that case the item is already present inside of the cart. So here I'm going to say if my item is present, so in that case I'm just going to write item present dot item, because it's an object dot access the quantity then plus plus. Okay, so that's it. So now let's write the next one, that is decrement quantity. So I'm going to say decrement quantity. It's going to take in the state and the action. So here again I'm just going to say const item present equals to state dot cart dot find Okay, so for every item, if my item.id is equals to the action.payload.id. Okay, so if this is true, then that means we have the item inside of the cart. So let's say if the quantity of the item is more than 2, then if you press on the minus button, then you need to decrease the quantity by 1. So let's say if the item quantity is just 1, and if you press on the minus button, then you need to remove that particular item from the cart, and then you need to just show the add button over here, just like this, right? So here I'm going to say if my item present dot item dot quantity equals to 1, then in that case I'm going to say const remove item equals to state dot cart dot apply the filter method over here. So for every item, here I'm going to say item.id should not be equal to the action.payload.id. All right, so this is the condition when the items quantity is equals to 1. So after doing that, I'm just going to equate it to the state. So I'm going to say state.cart should be equal to the remove item. Else, if the quantity is greater than 1, let's say 2, 3, or even 5, then in that case we just need to decrease the quantity by 1. So I'm going to say item present dot item dot quantity minus minus. So that's it. So this is the functionality to decrement quantity from a particular product. So here I'm going to initialize my final one, that is clean cart. Okay, it's going to take in the state over here, and here I'm just going to say state.cart should be equal to an empty array once we define this, once we call the clean cart functionality. So now let's export the required values at the bottom part. So let's save the file. You can look into it from the starting of the page. So here I'm going to say export const add to cart increment quantity decrement quantity comma clean cart equals to cart slice dot, these are the actions. Okay, we also need to export the cart slice dot reducer. So here I'm going to say export default cart slice dot reducer. So now the next step is we need to set up the main store. Okay, so let's open up the file tree. Let's press on app.js, new file store.js. So here first of all I'm going to import my configure store method. So I'm going to say import configure store from redux toolkit. Here I'm going to say export default configure store. So this is going to take in the bunch of reducers that we have. So here we have one reducer. So towards the left hand side I'm going to give the name for it, that's going to be cart, and here I'm just going to import my cart reducer from the cart reducer file, just like this, right? So now let's format once. So now we have set up the initial part of redux. So now for everything to work we need to include something known as the provider in the main app or the tabs. So let's come back over here, let's press on tabs, and then let's go to the layout of the tabs. So here I'm gonna import my provider from React Redux and copy whatever is there inside of the tabs and then put it inside of the provider. So this provider is gonna take in a store value, so that we need to provide that. So here I'm gonna say store equals to store. So import the store from the store file, just like this, because we have exported it over there. So format once and then save the file. So hopefully nothing should happen. So as you can see, as soon as I saved the file, nothing went wrong, which is good. So now let's try and access the cart. Okay, so let's head back to basically the basket, that is the main index file of the basket, that is over here. So here I'm just going to access the cart with the help of the use selector hook. So I'm going to say const cart equals to use selector, access the state, and here it's going to be state dot cart dot cart. So let's just try and console.log of the cart. Okay, so as you can see, you're able to see an empty array over here at the initial state because there are no items added into the cart. So now let's dispatch some actions into the store so that we can see some items being added to the cart. So for that, let's first of all head back to the dress item component. Okay, so here at the top, I'm going to initialize my dispatch hook. So I'm going to say const dispatch equals to use dispatch. So import use dispatch from React Redux. So let's write that correctly. Okay, so now let's initialize the on press event on the plus circle icon that is on this button. So I'm going to say on press, taking a function, or yeah, taking a function, and over here I'm going to say dispatch. We are dispatching add to cart action, so import that from the cart reducer file, and it's going to take in two things, that is the item and the category. So item of course is going to come from the props over here, that is item itself that contains the information of the entire object, that is the name, price, and then the image. So I'm going to say item over here, and apart from that we also need to give the category that is selected. So I'm going to say category over here. So category also is coming from props, that is the selected option. So here I'm just going to say category is going to be selected option. Okay, so that's it. So now let's save the file, and now let's give this a try. Okay, so I'm going to press on the first item, so let's see what's going to happen. So it's going to go into that particular function inside of the cart reducer file, that is add to cart. So here inside of the add to cart function, it's first of all going to check if any existing item index is present. So in this case it's false because currently the cart is empty, so it automatically comes into the else condition. So here it's going to execute state.cart.push. So inside of the item object, it's going to push in the entire item. So this item is coming from the action.payload, that is from the front end part. So inside this particular item object itself, that is along with this item, so this item corresponds to all of the information, that is the image, the name, and then the price that's coming from the action.payload. So along with that, we're just going to initialize a quantity of 1 within that particular item object itself, that is for that particular product. So along with that, outside of the object, we're going to initialize the category. So currently this is the category, that is wash plus fold. So inside of the category we would be saying it is wash plus fold for that particular product. So let's see if at all it's working correctly. Fine. So let's come back to the dress item component and let's press on the first item. So as you can see, as soon as I pressed on that, we were able to see that particular item being added to the cart just as we described. So as you can see, this is the item object. So let's go back over here once again. Yeah, so this is the item object towards left hand side, and within that object we have the item. So this item is of course the item that we just added, so that is this value. This is the item that is inside this object. So this item is coming from the props, as I already told. So let's come back over here. So along with this item we are initializing a quantity of 1. So let's check that out. So let's say this is the entire information, that is from id to till 75, and along with that, as I told, we are initializing a quantity of 1 to this particular product. So apart from that, as I told, outside of this particular item object, that is this one, which is separate, here we have the category selected, that is basically wash plus fold, right? So now that's working absolutely fine. So now the next step is I'm going to implement in such a way that if at all any item is already there inside of the cart, we need to show the options to the user to increment the quantity or decrement the quantity. So here I'm just going to write the condition, that is over here. I'm going to say, first of all, let's access the cart over here. So I'm going to write const cart equals to use selector, access the state. So it's going to be state.cart.cart, and I'm going to say cart.apply the sum method. So over here, this is going to be the condition. If my c.item.id equals to the item.id, then that means item is already there inside of the cart. So in that case, I'm just going to get the design for this. Else it's going to be the same design itself, that is the plus button. So I'm just going to copy down the design along with the dispatching events. Okay, so I've just pasted the code for the pressable over here, that is if at all item is present inside of the card, you can just check that out. Okay, so we have an auto pressable over here. So inside that we have 3 pressables. One is for the minus button, and over here we are dispatching decrement quantity of item. So let's import that value just like this. Okay, so yeah, so the second one is related to the text. So now let's see how we can access the quantity. So I'm going to find that particular item instead of the cart. So I'm applying the cart.find method. So I'm just saying c.item.id equals to item.id. So here if it becomes true, then we're going to go into this particular entire object and we're going to access the dot item dot quantity. So that's the reason we would be seeing 1 when we save the file. Okay, and here let's import our increment quantity, and this is the third pressable, which is for the plus button, and this is the style that we have given. So yeah, that's it. So let's save the file. So as you can see, as soon as I saved the file, you're able to see minus, and this is the quantity, and this is the plus button. So now let's try and press on the plus button. Hopefully we should be seeing the quantity getting increased. So as you can see, automatically the quantity is increased and we're able to see it in the console as well. So here the way this executes is, it's going to go into this particular function. It's first of all going to check that is const item present equals to state.cart.find. If my item.item.id, so it's going to go into this one, item dot this item object dot this id, that is this one, is equals to the item.id, I mean action.payload.id, that's coming from the props. Okay, if it's true, then in that case we're going to say go into the item present dot item this particular object and go into this quantity and increase it by 1. So as you can see in the next log that we got, the quantity got increased to 2. So that's working absolutely fine. So similarly the same case in the decrement quantity as well. So the same thing in the decrement quantity as well. So if the quantity is 1, then we are going to filter out the product, that is with the help of this one. The same conditions are being applied, and let's say if the quantity is 2 in this case, we're going to just decrease the quantity by 1 in the else condition. So as you can see, that's working absolutely fine. So I'm just going to do the same thing for the remaining items, I mean for the remaining categories for the women, kids, and then household, that is there inside of the select. So this works only for the men's category because we have defined a separate component, that is the dress item component for the men's category. So here I'm just going to do the same thing whatever I've done. So let's just copy some things, that is the dispatch events. So yeah, I'm going to paste it over here. So let's also initialize our dispatch hook over here. So here I'm going to say const dispatch equals to use dispatch. So import use dispatch from React Redux, and let's scroll over here, and I'm just going to paste in the code. Yeah, it's already pasted. So let's import add to cart from the Redux, I mean from the carded user file. Okay, so now I'm just going to copy down this condition. I'm just going to copy down this. Actually the entire thing, it's going to be pretty similar. Okay, not this one, just this. Yeah, just up to here. So copy down that, and I'm just going to paste it over here. Okay, I think I missed a bracket. Yeah, now it's looking better. So now let's also import the remaining two things, that is increment quantity as well as decrement quantity. Okay, so this also is going to remain the same itself. So now let's save the file. Okay, so now let's go to the women category, and then okay, cart does not exist, so let's try to access the cart over here. So I'm going to say const cart equals to use selector, access the state, and then here it's going to be state dot cart, save the file. Okay, so let's go to the women category, let's add the first item. So as you can see, even that's working absolutely fine. So I'm just going to do the same thing for the remaining categories, that's the kids and then the household. Okay, so I'm just going to copy down this entire piece of code until this value. Okay, so I'm just going to do the same thing for this pressable as well as for this pressable. Okay, anyway, both of them have been already imported, that is increment quantity, decrement quantity, and add to cart. So let's save the file once, and okay, so we have finished defining this. So now let's understand how exactly this entire Redux structure is going to work in the backend part. Okay, so let's head back to Chrome over here, and I'm going to open up eraser.io. So here I'm just going to press on getting started. I'm going to use a new blank page over here. So as you can see, it's creating the file. So now the next step is we're going to understand how exactly the actions are going to work when we dispatch them to the store. Okay, so I'm just going to press on canvas over here. So as we all know, Redux is going to have an important thing that is known as the store over here. So let's write that over here. So I'm going to use a text. So here I'm going to say it's going to have the main store, and here I'm just going to write Redux toolkit. Alright, so this is going to have a main store that we already defined, that is inside of the store.js file, that is this one. Okay, so this store basically contains all of the main data that is required, and if at all, let's say we have a bunch of components. Okay, so let's say this is component 1, and let's say this is component 2, and this is component 3. Okay, so I'm just going to name it that is similar to our app, that is, let's say we have the dress item component over here. So let's say this is for the men category, so I'm just going to say men over here. And let's also just imagine that we have again the dress item component for the remaining 2 or 3 categories, that is women, kids, and then household, right? So here I'm just going to say this is for the woman, all right, and this is for the kids, all right, and let's consider this is to be dress item 2 component. Okay, and let's consider this to be basically the dress item 3 component. So now, as we all know, this store is going to contain, of course, all of the data when we dispatch actions into it. So now let's imagine, let's say this particular dress item component that is related to the men's category requires some data. Then in that case, this store will directly go and send the data to the men's component. Okay, and similarly, let's say we also need data in the dress item 2 component that is related to the women's category, or the dress item 3 component. Again, this store is directly gonna pass in data to this. Also, it's going to directly pass in the data to the dress item 3 component as well. So in the so we also previously discussed that in the previous video, that is the Redux toolkit. That was a short video. So in that we also discussed about the process of prop drilling, where the data passed on from component to component, and then it reached to the final bottom level component. So this particular Redux toolkit, prevents that use case, that is passing down component. I mean, that is passing down different kinds of information from the top level component to the bottom level component as props. So here, basically, we have the main store, which actually directly sends the data to each component that is present. Okay, so that's the basic use case of this. So now let's understand how exactly this is gonna work out, right? So of course over here, okay, so here basically we have a bunch of things inside of Redux toolkit. Okay, so that is basically the actions, the reducers that we just defined. So in our case, it's going to be 3 things, that is add to cart, uh, increment quantity, and then decrement quantity. Okay, and we also had the main store, where we had the important data that was present. And we also have the components which would interact with the actions. Okay, so now over here I'm just going to press on canvas. So here basically let's understand how exactly it's going to work out. So we're going to have 3 things first of all. So here I'm just going to write my component. Okay, so this is going to say component over here. So the user can interact with the component just like we had in the dress item component. Okay, so apart from the component, we're gonna have two things, that is the action as well as the store. So here I'm gonna say action. And towards the right side, we're gonna have the store. Okay. So the store is also gonna interact with the reducer and then create a new state altogether. So let's create a reducer over here. So here this is gonna be basically reducer. So now this particular action is gonna dispatch some actions to the store. Alright, so here I'm gonna say this is gonna dispatch actions. So in our case, it can be add to cart or increment quantity or the decrement quantity. So once this happens, what is going to happen is, with the help of the user, it's going to create a new state. So here I'm just going to write so this in turn is going to create a new state over here. So after creating a new state, this store is automatically going to update the state in the component. So as we saw in the component, so initially we had an empty array. Once we pressed on the add button for a particular item, it automatically got updated, right? So that's the way this thing works. So here I'm going to say update the state. Okay, so over here, this this component is again going to create the action that is going to be the first thing. So here I'm going to say this component is going to create the action with the help of the user interaction. So let's say we have that plus button. So the user is going to interact with that particular button and then create an action, and this action is going to dispatch action into the store. Then it's going to modify or create a new state, and finally the component is going to get updated with the new state. That is what we saw entirely. So this is basically the main use case of how exactly the Redux is going to work in the backend part. Okay, so and these are the main things that we have, and these are the main keywords that we have, that is the actions, reducer, store, and then components. So these are the main things you need to remember while implementing the Redux toolkit. So hope you find this useful. So now the next step is, we're gonna define the cart. Basically, like let's say we have some item added into the cart. Here at the bottom part, we're gonna show that, right? So let's come back to the select page, that is over here. So just after the scroll view, so first of all, let's make use of fragments. Let's enter it over here. Okay, so here I'm going to write the condition that if at all my cart dot length is greater than 0, and here I'm going to initialize my pressable. Okay, so yeah, so inside my pressable, I'm going to have my view. Okay, so inside the view, I'm going to have another view. So this view in turn is going to have the basket outline icon. So let's get that. So I'm going to search for basket outline. This one from iron icons, I think it's already there. So let's just copy the render component code and paste it over here. Save the file. So yeah, as you can see, since the item is present inside of the card, we're able to see the icon coming at the bottom part of the screen. So now let's give the style for this view. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a width of 30, a height of 30, and it's going to have a border radius of 15, and it's going to have a background color of white. Alright, and we're going to have a justify content of center, also align items of center. So now below this view, I'm going to have my another view. which is gonna have a text which says basket total. It's gonna be rupees total. We're just gonna define the total at the top over here. So I'm just gonna paste that over here. So here I'm gonna say const total equals to cart.map. So for every item, go into the item object, multiply, go into the price and then multiply it with the item.quantity, and then apply the reduce method for all of the items present inside of the cart, right? So yeah, that's it. So now let's save the file once. So as you can see, basket total is rupees 150, one is 75 over here, one is 75 in the women's category. So that's being correctly shown. So now after the basket total, we're going to have one more text over here, which is going to say you have cart.length items saved in your basket. So yeah, apart from this, we're going to have a pressable, which is going to have a text which says view. So let's save the file once. And yeah, as you can see, we have all the 4 things being shown on the screen. So now let's give the style for this particular button. So I'm going to say style over here, some internal spacing padding of 10, a background color of white, and a border radius of 4. And let's also give the style for these texts over here. I'm going to say font size of 13, font weight of 500, and a margin top of 3. So I'm just going to copy down the same piece of styling over here and then remove the margin top. Okay, so now let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's give the entire styling for the outermost view that contains all of the children, that is over here. So it's going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and it's going to have a gap of 12 to this. So for the pressable, I'm going to give the style. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a background color of this color code E0, 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 and a padding of 10, that is some internal spacing. So now let's look into this, how exactly it's looking. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now I just want this button to be pushed towards the rightmost part. So I'm going to come to the view and then give it a flex of 1. So as soon as I do this, so as you can see, automatically the button is pushed towards the rightmost part. So yeah, we have finished implementing this. So let's say if I remove all of the items from the cart, this design should not be present. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to remove this as well. So as you can see, automatically that goes off. So let's come back to the previous state. So now the next step is, if I press on the view button, we need to be creating a new screen, that is the cart screen, and then inside of the cart screen we would be showing all of the required information. So let's go ahead and create a new screen, that is the cart screen. So I'm just going to open up my file tree and then create a new file inside of my basket. Okay, so I'm going to say basket new file cart.js. So rnfes to get the shorthand snippet, and let's include this particular screen cart.js into the layout file. So here I'm going to say stack.screen, name is going to be cart. Okay, so let's save the file. Let's come back to this particular point, that is where we have the view button, that is in the select.js file. So here I'm just going to initialize the on press event on the view button over here. So I'm going to say on press router.push to /basket and then /cart. So let's initialize our router. So I'm going to say const router equals to use router. So make sure to import use router from the expo router. Let's save the file and let's give this a try. So as you can see, we are correctly coming to the cart screen. So here let's first of all initialize our cart. So I'm going to say const cart equals to use selector, access the state, and it's going to be state.cart.cut. So here first of all I'm going to import my scroll view. So I'm going to say scroll view. Let's make use of this instead of the normal view that is present. Okay, so inside the scroll view I'm going to initialize my another view just like this. Okay, so over here basically I'm gonna initialize my text which says basket total. Okay, and yeah, so below this I'm gonna initialize my another view which is gonna have the total price. So let me just copy down this value where we have calculated the total price, that is this one. So here I'm gonna say text and I'm gonna say rupees total. Okay, so let's give the style for this. So I'm gonna say style, font size of let's say 16 and 15, and font weight of 500. Okay, not 165, 16. Okay, so as you can see that's looking fine. So now let's give basically the background color to this particular view so that it looks better. So I'm going to say style over here, it's going to take a background color of this color code 0066b2, and we're going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 12. And yeah, apart from that we're going to give a flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify of space between. Yeah, so as you can see that's looking fine. So now let's give the color of white to this. So I'm going to say color is going to be white for this particular text, and for this also color is going to be white. Font size 16, font weight of 500, and then color of white. So yeah, let's save the file, and as you can see we're able to see that working fine. So now after the text, I mean after this total, we're going to show basically the number of items present. So here I'm going to say for cart.length items. So this also is going to have pretty much the same piece of styling. So as you can see that's looking better. So let's format once. So now below this particular view, that is below the background color, here I'm going to initialize my text which says cart items. So this is going to have basically a padding of 10. Alright, so below this I'm going to initialize my view, and I'm going to have a style that is basically some margin horizontal spacing. So I'm going to say margin horizontal of 12, and over here I'm going to map over my cart. I'm going to say cart dot map. So for every item and then the index, here I'm going to return a pressable, import pressable from React Native, and over here I'm just going to pass in the key as the index value. So here inside of my pressable, the first thing is we're going to initialize a view. So over here inside the view I'm going to have my image. Okay, so let's import image from React Native. So this in turn is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI, and over here URI is going to be of course item dot go into the item object, and it's going to be dot image. Okay, so yeah, let's also give some styling to the image so that we can see it on the screen. So width of 40 and a height of 40. So now let's save the file and just check it out how it's exactly looking. So as you can see we have just one cart item, so that's the reason you're able to see the image being shown on the screen. So now let's come over here. So here I'm going to say view, and inside this I'm going to have two pieces of text. So this is basically going to show us the name. So inside this text I'm going to say just that is to show the item dot name. It's going to be item dot go into the item object, and then it's going to be dot name. So similarly for the price I'm going to say item dot price multiplied by the item dot quantity. All right, so now yeah, that's it. So towards the right hand side you could show the buttons, that is the plus button and minus button, so that the user can remove the item from the cart if at all they do not want it. So now after this particular view, you could actually show the buttons towards the rightmost part, that is the minus button and the plus button, so that we can give the user the option to remove the item from the cart before going to the checkout part, right? So for now I'm just not including that. So if you want, you can just include the plus button for now. Just, I mean, that is whatever we had initially, but we're not looking into that much of the design part over here. So let's just get that. That is where we had the plus button. If you want, you can just include this one. That's what I was saying, that is the minus button and plus button. So for now I'm just going to include this plus button just to fill that particular rightmost part. So let's also import and design from expo icons. Let's save the file and let's give the final styling. And design does not exist. Okay, sorry. So here it should be and design. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So now let's give the style to the entire view that contains all of the children. I mean, not the view, the pressable. So here I'm going to say style. It's going to have some padding of 10, and it's going to have a background color of white, and it's going to have margin vertical of 13, and it's going to have flex direction of row, a gap of 12, and a border radius of 5. So let us save the file once. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now I'm just going to give it a flex of 1 to this particular view. So I'm going to say style over here. I'm going to say flex of 1. So this particular button is going to be pushed towards the rightmost part. Okay, so as you can see, it's looking fine. So now after that, we're going to initialize our next piece of design that's going to happen below this. I think over here. Okay, so this is going to contain two pressables. So this is going to contain two pressables. So here I'm going to say pressable. This is going to contain a text which says empty basket. Okay, and this pressable, the second pressable is going to have a text which says checkout. Okay, and yeah, let's give the style for the text over here. I'm going to say style text align of center, and we're going to give it a color of white, and we're going to give it a font weight of 500. So yeah, the same thing I'm going to give it over here as well. I think let's remove the color of white. Okay, so for the pressable, I'm going to give the style. So I'm going to give it a background color of D0, 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 and I'm going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 15, and I'm going to give it a border radius of, let's say, 10, and a flex of 1. So for this, let me give the styling. So I'm going to say style over here. So it's going to have a background color of 0066B2. Okay, and we're going to give it some padding of 15. Okay, and we're going to give it a border radius of 10 and a flex of 1. Okay, so let's save the file once and let's look into how exactly it's looking. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking fine. So now let's give the style for the view over here. So I'm going to say style. So flex direction of row, some padding of 15, and align items of center. You're going to give it a gap of 12 and margin top of 30. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So now the next step is we're going to go and initialize a new project in Firebase. Okay, so yeah, let's head back to Chrome over here. I'm going to search for Firebase. So I'm going to go to the first link and I'm going to say go to console, a new project. So laundry app YouTube, and then I'm going to press on continue. So I'm going to disable this Google Analytics, and then I'm going to press on create project. So this is going to take in a couple of minutes to initialize a project, so let's wait for that. So as you can see, it says your Firebase project is ready. So let's press on continue, and let's create an app. So I'm going to say web over here. I'm just going to give the same app name, register app. So this should basically give us the Firebase configurations. So let's wait for it. So as you can see, this is the correct value. Copy that, continue to console. Okay, so as you can see, one app has been created over here. There is laundry app, YouTube. Fine. So now we just needed the config, that's it. So now let's come back over here to the terminal, and I'm going to install Firebase. So I'm going to say yarn add Firebase, and I'm going to press an enter. So this should install Firebase into our application. So let's give it some time. So now let's create a Firebase file over here. So I'm going to press on app.js, new file, firebase.js. So here let me just copy down the config that I just previously copied in Firebase. So here first of all I'm going to initialize my app. So yeah, it's already initialized. So const app equals to initialize app of the Firebase config. So I'm going to initialize my auth. So I'm going to say const auth equals to get auth of the app. So just import get auth from Firebase /auth, just like this. And apart from that, we also need to initialize our db. So here I'm going to say const db equals to get firestore, and yeah, that's it. So let's import get firestore from Firebase /firestore. Okay, I think it's going to be in small s, not capital S. Yeah, so that's it. So now let's export the required values, that is export auth and then db. Yeah, so we have initialized our project, that is the Firebase project. So we also have everything set up, that is the cart is working absolutely fine. We're able to add items to the cart, remove items from the cart. So now the next step is we're gonna initialize two screens, and we'll be implementing the login functionality as well as the register functionality. So now I'm just going to open up my file tree and then create two screens. One is for the register and one is for the log. So this is going to take place inside of our authenticate folder. So I'm going to say login.js and then register.js, and let's initialize the underscore layout.js. So I'm just going to copy down any one of these and paste it over here. So for the first one, I'm going to give it as login, and this is going to be register. Okay, so yeah, that's looking fine. So now the next step is let's start designing the screen. So I'm just going to format once. So now when I reload the app, I want the login screen to be shown first. So currently we are showing the home tab of the tabs part, right? So now let's come back to the index.js over here. So here I'm going to say I want to see the authenticate and login, so that we can look into the design and then we can continue designing it. So authenticate login is not found. Why is that? So we do have the stack screen. So let's just reload the app once. Okay, I think there might be a typo error. Let's look into that. Authenticate, and then we need to go into the login, and here we have defined two screens, that is for login and then register. So /authenticate /login. Okay, so the reason we're not able to see anything is there is nothing present inside of the login screen. So let's initialize our rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. Save the file. So now we should be able to see the correct screen. So again rnfes to get the run snippet. Save the file. Now let's reload the app. So as you can see, now we are able to see correctly the login screen. So now let's start designing the login screen. So first of all, I'm going to initialize my safe area view. So I'm going to give the style to the safe area view. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to be a flex of 1 and a background color of white. And here I'm going to give align items of center. Okay. And inside the safe area view, I'm going to initialize my another view. Okay. So yeah, inside this view, I'm going to initialize my one more view. This in turn is going to have the image. So I'm just going to get the image. So I've just pasted the image. I'll be sending the image link in the description. You can just use that out. So let's import image from React Native. Okay, and let's save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see that being applied on the screen. So now I'm going to give the style for this a margin top of 25 and then justify content of center and align items of center. Okay, so let's give some background color to this particular view. So we're going to follow the same kind of login design that we did for the previous project, right? So I'm going to say height of 200 and then background color of this color code FEB10 and then a width of 100%. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now yeah, below the view, that is this one, I'm going to initialize my text field which says wash wizard. You can give any name you want to, and let's give the style for the text. So I'm going to say style over here, a margin top of let's say 20, and I'm going to give it a text align of center, and we're going to give it a font size of 20 and a font weight of bold. So color is going to be of white. Okay, so let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now yeah, below that particular text which says watch wizard, we're going to initialize our keyboard avoiding view, that is over here. So make sure to import that from React Native, and here I'm going to initialize my view, and inside this view we're going to have a text which says log into your account. Let's give the style to the text. So here I'm going to write style, okay, so I'm going to give it a font size of let's say 17 and a font weight of bold, and I'm going to give it a margin top value as well, so margin top of 25, and I'm going to give it a specific color, that is FEBE10. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now yeah, after that let's start designing all of the text inputs. So yeah, after this view I'm going to initialize my another view. So this view in turn is going to have one more view over here, and this is going to contain the email icon. So let's get that, and I'm going to search for email from material icons. So first of all, import the icon family, and then copy the render component code, and we're gonna paste it over here. And let's initialize our text input. Import it from React Native, and I'm gonna give the placeholder which says enter your email. Okay, and I'm going to give the placeholder text color which is going to be white. Alright, so let's format once and let's save the file. As you can see, we have both the text input as well as the icon being shown on the screen. So now let's target the view over here. So I'm going to say style, I'm going to give it a flex direction of row, align items of center, and I'm going to give it let's say a gap of 5, and along with that a background color that is FEBE10. Then some padding vertical and horizontal spacing. So let's say padding vertical of 5, and then padding horizontal Okay, that's not required. We're going to give border radius. And a slight margin top of 30. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's give the style for the text input that we have. So here I'm going to say style. So it's going to have, let's say, a color of white. So here I'm going to say color is going to be white, and then a width of 300, and I'm going to give it a margin vertical of 10. So yep, that's looking fine. So I think we also need to give align items of center for this particular view. So I'm going to say align items of center. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now for the icon, we're going to change the color. So it's going to be in white color. So white over here. And apart from that, yeah, we also need to save the file, also initialize the input so that we can track whatever the user is typing inside of the input field. So I'm going to give it a slight margin left of 8. Okay, and let's initialize 2 input fields. So I'm going to say const email comma set email equals to use state, initially empty string. Here I'm going to say const password comma set password equals to use state of initial string. So make sure to import use state from React over here. So I'm going to say use state. So now let's come to the text input and then let's give the value. So value is going to be email in this case, and we have of course the on change text method. So take in the text whatever the user is typing, and just set the email to be that particular text so that we can store it inside of state. So one more change is for the font size. So I'm going to say font size. If we have the email, then I want it to be 17, else also 17, so that it can just increase the font size over here, just like that. So now I'm just going to copy down this text input one more time. Just like this. So this is going to be for password. So here let's make the change for the placeholder text. Here I'm going to say enter your password, and we are going to say secure text entry is going to be equals to true because it's a password field, and value, this is going to be equal to password, and over here we're going to say set the password to be of the text. So just like that, we have the second input field being shown on the screen. So now after that, yeah, here we're going to say password. So now yeah, we need to give one more view, that is for the design part. So I'm going to say view over here. It's going to take in 2 texts which says keep me logged in, and towards the right the forgot password. Alright, so now over here let's give the style for the second piece of text. I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a different color, that is 007 triple F, and we're going to give it a font weight of 500. So now let's give the style for the view that contains these 2 texts. Okay, I'm going to give it a margin top of let's say 12, and a flex of row, and then align items of center, and we're going to give it a justify of space between. Okay, so just like that, it's looking nice. So now after that, we're going to initialize the pressable button to login. So here I'm going to say pressable, imported from React Native, initialize a text which says login over here. So for the pressable, let's give the styling. So it's going to have a specific width of 200, and it's going to have a background color of this color code, that is FEBE10, and we're going to give it a border radius of let's say 6, and margin left and margin right of auto. Okay, and we're going to give it basically some internal spacing, that is padding of 15. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking fine. Let's also give some margin top with a self-enclosing view. 50. So yeah, that's looking good. So now let's target the text over here. I'm going to say style. So first of all, a text align of center, and we're going to give it a font size of 16, font weight of bold with a color of white. So that's it. So now we have one more pressable, that is if at all we do not have an account, we need to register first. So here I'm going to say don't have an account and then sign up. So this is basically going to have some margin top value, and here I'm going to give it a text align of center. So yep, that's it. So now let's increase the font size to be 15. Okay, so now let's initialize the router. So I'm going to say const router equals to use router. Alright, so here I'm going to say on press router dot push or router dot replace to / register, or you can say / authenticate or register. I think register should work. So as you can see, we're coming directly to the register screen. So now let's copy down everything that is there inside of login, and then we're going to make the change for the register. So paste it over here. Make sure to copy this as well. And before that, we also forgot to make the change for the icon, that is the password icon. So let's search for that password or the lock icon, that is from and design this one. So just paste it over here. And over here as well. So here, yeah, basically let's import that. Let's copy that under component code, and we're gonna scroll down, and then we're gonna paste it in the icons place, that is over here. So we're gonna copy down the style, margin left of 8, and then we're gonna put it over here. So let's save the file, and it's gonna be in white color. So the same thing. So first of all, let's import the required things, that is safe area view, pressable image, keyboard avoiding view, text input, and apart from that, I think that's it. Use router as well, and we need access to after and design the material icons as well. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the register screen. So here, instead of login to your account, we're going to say register to your account. Alright, so yep, that's it. Let's make the change for the password icon. So here we would also require one more field, that is the name, but we are not storing the name, we are only storing the email. If you want, you can include that particular field, but for now I'm not going to include that. So now let's also make the change for the button. So instead of instead of login, we have to say register. So here I'm going to say already have an account, then sign in. So this is going to be to / login. So that's it. So this is the register screen, this is the login screen. So we have designed both the screens, and we are able to move from login screen to register screen, and from register screen to the login screen. So now the next step is we're going to initialize the on press event on both of the buttons, that is the register button as well as the login button. So before that, let's head back to Firebase, and then over here I'm going to press on build authentication. Let's enable the email authentication. So let's press on get started over here. and let's press on email / password, enable, and then save it. So this is enabled. So now let's press on build. Let's go to Firestore database, and then let's enable the Firestore database, because we will be storing all of the users information, addresses, as well as the orders. So this I'm going to leave it as default. I'm just going to press on next over here and create. So this is going to take in a couple of minutes to set up the cloud Firestore for us. So let's wait for that. So I think it has been set up. So now let's come back to the code and then let's initialize a on press event on the register button that we have, that is over here. So here I'm going to initialize my on press event on the pressable. So I'm going to say handle register. So let's define this function at the top over here. So here I'm going to write const handle register equals to a async function. So here first of all I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block. So let's just try to console.log the error. With that particular error message. Okay, so inside the try block, first of all I'm going to check if at all there is no name or if at all there is no email. Then in that case I'm going to say throw new error. I mean not name, it's going to be password or email. Throw new error which says email and password are required. Okay, so after handling this, here I'm going to say const user credential equals to create user with email and password. Okay, so this is going to take in three things, that is auth, import auth from the Firebase file, the email, as well as the password. So after doing this, I'm going to apply the .then method, which is going to give us the user credential. Okay, so here basically you can console.log the user credential. So I'm going to access my user. So I'm going to say const user equals to user credential dot, we have to go into the token response. I'm writing this because I've just previously console.logged the user credential dot email. Okay, and here I'm going to say const my user UID equals to auth dot current user dot UID. So if you want, you can also send the verification email to the registered user. So here I'm going to say send email verification. Okay, import that from the firebase.auth, and it's going to take in the auth.current user. Here I'm going to apply the .then method, which is going to give us the response. If you want, you can console.log it. I don't think it should give anything. When I tried, it did not give anything. So here I'm going to say console.log email verification sent to the user. All right, so now after that we're gonna initialize this particular user into the backend. I'm gonna say set doc, import from Firebase / Firestore, access the doc, import that as well, and go into the DB, import DB from Firebase, then create a users collection for us, and then go into the user UID, make use of backticks. So user UID. Okay, so this should come inside itself, that is within the doc, that is over here. And after over here we're going to initialize an object. We're going to pass in the email is going to be email, and then the password is going to be password. So basically we're trying to store the user inside of the users collection. Right, so yep, that's it. So let's save the file once. So after doing this, I'm just going to set all of the input fields to be empty. So set email to be empty, and here I'm going to say set the password to be empty. So now the next step is let's install, let's say, async storage into the system. So I'm going to say expo async storage. Alright, so make sure to import that and install it over here. So now let's also write the code for logging in as well. So here I'm going to say on press login, or we can write handle login. So I'm going to write const handle login equals to a normal function. So here I'm going to say sign in with email and password. That's going to take in three things: the auth, import auth from the Firebase file, and given the email as well as the password. Okay, so then this would give us the user credential. So apply the then method, which is going to give us the user credential. Okay, and over here I'm going to access the user. So I'm going to say const user equals to user credential dot user, access the token value. So I'm going to say const token equals to user dot it's going to be sts token manager dot the access token, and we're just going to store it inside of async storage. So I'm going to say async storage, and here we're going to say dot set item with the auth, and here I'm going to say user. So after doing this, we're just going to say router dot replace to the / tabs and then / home. Okay, so here instead of user, it should be token, not user. My bad. So now let's give this a try. So I'm going to go into the register screen over here. I'm going to enter my email, and I'm going to enter my password over here, and I'm going to press register. So as you can see, okay, we have an error. Let's look into that. Okay, no errors because we have the message which says email verification sent to the user. So now let's check out basically Firebase, and let's check if at all we have created a user collection over here. Okay, so it's not working fine. So let's check out the authentication once. Okay, so over here we are able to fetch the user. That means authentication is working fine, but we're not able to store it inside of the user's collection. So let's delete this. I'm gonna try this once again. So delete account, delete account, and let's check the console once. Okay, so cannot read property includes of undefined. Okay, so I think this is because of we do not have the correct permissions to enter. Okay, so let's go into the settings once. Let's come to Firestore database and access the settings over here. I mean the rules. So here we're going to make one change that we forgot to do it before. So we're going to say or allow read and write if true. Okay, so now I'm going to press on the publish button. Okay, so publish changes can take up to a minute to propagate. Okay, so now I'm going to try this one more time. So let us reload the app once. Okay, so yes, so let's go to the register screen. Yeah, so let us paste in the email over here. Let's enter the password. So authentication is working fine. We're able to track the users. Okay, we still have that error, I guess. So let's refresh once and let's check it out. The data. Okay, we still are not able to enter this. So let's give this a couple of minutes and then try it again. So I'm just gonna delete it over here. Alright guys, so now the issue has been solved. So over here we are able to add the users collection, and with the help of the my user UID, and inside that we're trying to add the email. Okay, so the main issue was previously when I installed Firebase, it was in 10.7.2. So let's come back over here, or the index.js. Okay, so previously the version was 10.7.2. So in case you are using this 10.7.2, which was in our case, there were errors that people got. So I just browsed on Stack Overflow and found out that we need to downgrade the version. So I just downgraded my version to 10.7.1. So first you can say yarn remove Firebase, and then you can just say yarn add Firebase at 10.7.1, and after that cut the server, and you can again run the app with the help of npx expo start -c. So it's going to start over again from the start, and after doing that, automatically you can try to register, and you would be able to see this particular user's correction being created. Okay, and also in the rules, make sure you enter if true in the rules part of it. Okay, so that's it. So now let's try to log in as well. So I'm just gonna copy down my email over here, and yeah, let's come over here. So currently we have not written the function that efficiently, that is in the handle login, because even though there is something wrong in this would always execute, that is root replace. So just look into that, and let's check if at all the token is generated, then only try to log in. So for now, currently I'm just hard coding the value, that is root replace of tabs and then home. So let's give that a try. So okay, so I think the token would have been set. Okay, we could access that by checking in the front end part as well. So for now, let's handle the adding of addresses part. So I'm just gonna come over here, that is basically book now. So here, if I press on add address, I need to be navigated to the next screen, that is the address screen. So let's create a new screen inside of the home tab. So here I'm gonna say add.js, and I'm gonna write in rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet, save the file. Okay, so again, as you can see, currently state is of course not persistent, so it would automatically push us towards the login screen. So to make that change, first of all, yeah, let's include this add screen into this particular file, and you could just include the function that we were previously using, that is the check login status. Okay, so yeah, if the token is present, just root replace to tabs and then home. Use effect does not exist. All right, so yeah, so as you can see, we're coming to the home screen of the tabs. Okay, so now let's initialize the on press event on the add address that we have inside of the okay, I think a file is not saved. Yeah, it's saved now. All right, so now yeah, let's come back to the addresses. That is, I think this is the one. Yeah, so here we need to initialize on press event on the add address button, that is over here. So here I'm just going to say on press router.push to /home and then /add. So let's make sure to import use router, const router equals to use router. Yeah, and also if you would get any error while downgrading from 10.7.2 to 10.7.1, also try to add this particular statement which says window.navigator.user agent equals to React Native. Okay, or else you can just try to copy paste the code in Stack Overflow, and you would get the solution for that. Even I got it from the same place. Right, so now let's come back and design the add screen that we have, that is over here. So let's press on add over here. So book now, add address. Let's design this add address screen. So yep, let's initialize our scroll view first of all. Okay, so instead of the normal view, I'm going to make use of my scroll view. Okay, so here I'm going to initialize my view first of all, here with a text attribute which says add a new address. It's going to have a font size of 17 or 16 and a font weight of bold. Okay, so for this view I'm going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 10. So yes, after the text I'm going to initialize my text input with a hard coded value. So import text input over there. So here we're going to say placeholder as the city name, and apart from that, let's give the style over here. I'm going to say style. So it's going to have, let's say, some padding of 10, background color of this color code D0 D0 D0, and a slight border width. Okay, so this is not background color, it's going to be a border color. Alright, so apart from that, let's give a margin top of 30, not 30, 10, and a border radius of 5. So yes, let's save the file. So yep, as you can see, that's looking okay. And for the scroll view, let's give a flex of 1 and a background color of white. All right, so yeah, as you can see, that's looking fine. Okay, so now yeah, the next step is we are also going to give the placeholder text color. That's going to be black. Currently it's gray. So now let's start initializing our inputs. So here I'm going to say view. So first let's give all the design and then let's save the file at the last. So first of all, we have the text over here. It says full name. All right, and over here I'm going to give the style for this. So it's basically going to have a font size of 15 and a font weight of bold. So this is going to have a margin vertical of, let's say, 10, and below the text we're going to have the text input. So text input, so this is going to have a placeholder which says enter your name. All right, and yeah, apart from that, we're going to give the style, copy down the same piece of styling and paste it over here. And apart from that, also copy the placeholder text color. It's going to be over here. Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to copy down this a couple of times and then save the file. And also we need to make the changes as well. So this is basically for the next one, that is flat house number, something like that. So after house number you can just give building or something like that. And over here it's going to be enter your, or it's just going to be empty. Instead of enter your name, we're just going to leave it as empty. And I'm just going to copy down this one more time. And first of all, let's initialize all of the required text inputs at the top of the page. So these are the required things, and along with that I'm going to initialize my auth to get the current user ID. Okay, that is user UID. So now yeah, apart from that, I'm gonna copy this down one more time. So after that flat house and building, we're gonna have the landmark. So here I'm gonna say landmark. So here I'm gonna say example near Apollo Hospital. Yeah, so this is the one more time, that is for the postal code or the pin code. So here I'm going to say enter pin code. So now for each of the text inputs, let's start giving the value. Okay, so let's start it from over here. So value is going to be name, and we're going to have the on change, of course. So on change text, take in the text whatever the user is typing, and here I'm going to say set the name to be text. So I'm just going to copy down this a couple of times and then make the changes. So this is for the next one, that is going to be house number. So this is going to be set house number. So copy down over here. So this is going to be for, let's say, landmark, and here I'm going to say set the landmark. So again, copy down over here. So this is going to be for the final one, that is postal code, and this is going to be set the postal code. Okay, so that's it. So let's save the file once and let's look into it, how exactly it's looking. Use state does not exist. Okay, use state. Yeah, so as you can see, we have all of the required things that we want. So now of course we need a button to add it. So after the view, I'm going to initialize a button. So pressable, have a text field and say add the address. So for this I'm going to give the style basically a background color of FEBE10 and some internal spacing, padding of 19, and border radius of 6. So justify content of center, align items of center, and a slight margin top of 20. So let's save the file, and as you can see, that's looking good. So now yeah, that's it. So now let's initialize on press event on the pressable button that we have. So I'm going to say on press add address. So let's define this function right at the top, that is over here. So I'm going to say const add address equals to a async function. So here first of all let's initialize our try and then catch block over here. So catch of error, I'm gonna just console.log whatever error it is. Alright, so inside of the try block, first of all I'm gonna initialize my address collection ref. So I'm gonna say address collection ref equals to collection imported from Firebase / Firestore. Initialize the DB, and we need to go into the users, and we need to go into the user UID, and then we need to go into the user addresses. So this is the new thing that we are creating. So everything would be gone into the user addresses, right? So yeah, after that I'm gonna say const address doc ref equals to await. I'm going to make use of the add doc method imported from Firebase / Firestore, just like this. Okay, so over here inside of the add doc, I'm going to pass in the address collection ref, and I'm going to pass in the required values that I need to put into this. That is basically the name, it's going to be name, and house number, it's going to be house number, and landmark, it's going to be landmark, and postal code is going to be postal code. So that's it. So this would basically add the item into the user addresses. So here I'm going to say console.log address added with that particular ID. So I'm going to say address docref.id. So of course, if the access token is not present or if it is expired in some case, of course you would get an error because we are trying to access the auth.currentuser.uid. So currently we're not looking into that. So if that's the case, then we're gonna uncomment this piece of code, that is this one, so that we can again log in. So again a new access token is generated and we would be able to get the user UID. So let's save the file and let's give this a try. So I'm gonna press on book now, add address, and I'm going to enter my full name. Okay, I'm not sure why it's coming in Hindi, so I'm just going to copy down my name over here and I'm going to paste it over there. So here's some house number near Apollo Hospital, pin code. Alright, so let's press on add address. So if I save the file, I think I would lose the state. So yeah, never mind, let's press on add address. So as you can see, address added. So also make sure once you press on add address, make sure to keep all of the fields to be empty, that is set name, set house, set landmark, and set postal code. So we're not going to do that now, so make sure you implement that. So let's go check out in Firebase if at all the address is being added. So I'm just going to refresh over here. So inside of my user profile, we should be seeing the address being updated. So as you can see, user into the user UID, the user addresses. So inside this we have all of the required details. That is this the document, this is the ID for that, that is so house number, landmark, name, and then postal code. So now with the help of this, we're going to fetch all of the dynamic addresses inside over here. So currently this is hard coded. So now the next step is we're going to fetch the dynamic addresses, and after we select any address, and after selecting each one of these items, okay, so when we press on next, we also have to implement the step number 4. Okay, so let's look into that. So let's come into the addresses page and then initialize a use effect to fetch all of the addresses from the backend part. So basically let's come into the addresses.js file, address.js file, and here let's initialize our use effect. So I'm going to say use effect. So make sure to import use effect from React, and let's remove this out. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to initialize my function, that is fetch address equals to an arrow function. Okay, so here first of all I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block. So catch of error, console.log of whatever that particular error message is. Alright, so inside of the try block, first of all, let's reference to the orders collection, the addresses collection. So here I'm going to say const address collection ref equals to initialize collection imported from Firebase / Firestore, and access the DB, go into the users collection, go into the user UID. So let's get that from the previous screen, I guess that is from add. So let's paste it over here. Make sure to import auth. Alright, so now here I'm going to say user UID, and then go into the user addresses collection. Okay, so that's it. So now after that I'm going to initialize the address query. So I'm going to say const address query equals to initialize query imported from Firebase / Firestore. Here I'm going to say address collection ref. So after that I'm going to say initialize query snapshot equals to await. I'm going to say get docs, not get doc, get docs. Import that also from Firebase Firestore, and over here I'm going to pass in the address query. So here I'm going to say const addresses equals to an empty array initially. So here I'm going to say query snapshot dot for each method. So for each doc that is present, here I'm going to say addresses dot push id is going to be doc.id, and here I'm going to include whatever is that inside of my doc.data. Okay, so that's it. So this would basically give us the addresses stored inside of the backend. So let's initialize our addresses and then set addresses. So I'm going to say const addresses comma set addresses equals to use state of an empty array initially. Okay, so yeah, after doing that, here I'm going to say set the addresses to be this addresses that is there over here. So that's it. So let's try and console.log the value that is addresses if at all we are getting it correctly. So I'm going to say console.log addresses and then addresses. So let's save the file. Okay, let's uncomment this one that is in the login. Okay, not sure why it's giving an empty array. So let's try and console.log the user UID if at all we are getting that correctly. Okay, not sure why it's not giving anything. Okay, because we're trying to do this in the add file. Sorry, so we should do this in the addresses. Okay, so we are getting correctly the user UID. So let's check into the function that, okay, my bad, we have not even called the function. So that's the reason it's not working correctly. So we have just defined it. So let's call the function fetch address, save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see the addresses array coming from the backend part. So now with the help of this, we're just going to map over it and then we're going to display it. That is the dynamic value. So let's scroll down over here. So previously we had written a comment for mapping over the addresses, that is over here. So I'm just going to get the code and then I'm going to paste it. So similarly, we're just going to keep the pressable as is, and then we're just going to add up the map statement. Okay, so I've just added the code for mapping. So here I'm just going to say addresses.map for every item and then index. I'm just going to copy down the same pressable. That's the only thing I've changed. So I've also initialized a state that is selected address and then set selected address. So if you press on that, I'm just going to try to include the item, and if I press on that, we need to show that that particular address is currently selected. So let's save the file. So as you can see, now we are seeing the address that is coming from the backend part. So let's press on this. So as you can see, that means that this address is currently selected. So now let's move further. So let's press on next, choose a time over here, and let's select a particular date and move on next. So now we need to define the final step, that is step number 4. So let's go do that. So we're going to define some designs and then we're going to copy some code, that is while initializing the address. So let's minimize the step number 3 first. So here I'm going to say step number 4. So if my step equals to 4, and I'm going to initialize my view over here. So inside this view, first of all, I'm going to give the style for this. So I'm going to say style, some margin top of 10 and a background color of white with a border radius of 10. Okay, so inside this view, that is over here, I'm going to initialize my another view that is going to come inside. So here I'm going to say text which says your cart. Okay, so this view in turn is going to have some internal spacing, that is, let's say, padding of 10, and over here we're going to give the style, that is font size of 16, and then a font weight of 600. Okay, so after that view, we're going to map over the card that we have. So let's just copy the same thing that we have done in the card.js file. So here I'm going to say margin horizontal of 12. So let's go to the card.js file. So copy down whatever is there over here. It's going to be the exact same thing, and we're going to paste it over here. So instead of showing the plus circle icon, you could actually show the quantity that is being added or some kind of extra design. So now for now I'm just going to show this. Alright, so now let's also initialize the cart. So copy down this piece of code. Let's also copy down the total as well. So we're going to paste it at the top of the page, that is over here. Make sure to import use selector from React Redux. Save the file. Let's give this a try. So address is loading. So next, choose a particular timing, next, and okay. Yeah, so currently there are no items present inside of the cart. So as I told, we have two methods of placing the order. So let's press on basket, place an order. Image does not exist. Okay, not sure why did that happen. Okay, my bad. Okay, over here we need to import image as well. So let's come to the basket, and over here let's as you can see, we have the item added. Let's add 2 items, and over here also one more thing we need to make the change is whatever is coming over here, that is at the bottom part, if at all any item is present, the same thing I need to make the change inside of my home screen. instead of my home tab. So copy down the, I think, yeah, it's there instead of the cart, or it's there instead of the main index file. Not there. Yeah, it's there instead of the select. So copy down that code. We've already written that. That is, if at all my card.length is greater than this, is greater than 0, then we need to initialize this design. So we're gonna paste this into our address, right? So let's scroll down. So we're gonna just paste this below, above this design, that is the back and next button. So let's scroll to the bottom part. So that's gonna happen over here. So we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, we have access to the total, we have access to pressable, and yeah, everything should work fine. Save the file. So as you can see, currently we have that particular design being shown. So let's press on the address over here. If you want, you can change the color, give it a blue background color. So for now, I'm just going to keep it as is. So press on next, choose a particular timing, and choose the pickup options, and next. So as you can see, now that's looking good. So now let's continue designing the step number 4. That is, we need to add some more designs, that is basically some information that is regarding the total value and all of those. So let's come over here. I'm going to give it some, let's initialize a view, and inside this view I'm going to have my another view. Okay, so inside this view we're going to have a text which says total amount. We're going to have one more view, so towards the right hand side it's going to show the total. So I'm just going to say rupees total. So yeah, let's give the style for this. I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a background color of blue shade 0066b2, and it's going to have some internal spacing, so padding of 10 over here, and we're going to give it a border bottom left radius of 6, and then border bottom right radius of 6, and let's save the file. So let's select an address. So as you can see, that's the kind of design we are looking into. So yeah, let's give the style to the inner view, this one. So flex direction of a row, align items of center. You're going to give justify content of space between, and apart from that, some margin vertical. So margin vertical of 10. Okay, so similarly we're going to give the same piece of design for the remaining views. So let's write the style correctly. So copy down this view, and I'm going to paste in one more time. So let's make the change for this. So this is going to say promo code. So yeah, after this one, yeah, we need to make the change here. It's going to be currently 0. And apart from that, we need to add the delivery charges. So one more time. So here we're going to say, let's say 25. And after that, we also going to say total payable. So here it's going to be rupees total plus 25. So let's give the style for each one of the text, and then copy the same thing for the remaining ones. So color of 500, color of white, and then font weight of 500. So yeah, pretty much copy the same piece of styling for the text for all of the remaining text over here. So, and over here as well. Yep, so that's it. So now let's try to save the file once. So select the address and a particular time, and so as you can see, that's looking good. So let's also give the same piece of styling to the outermost view, outermost text, that is this one. as well as this one. Yeah, so that's it. So if you want, you can just try to increase the font weight if you find it as low. So if you want, you can also try to increase the font weight if it is kind of low currently. So let's save the file. So let's choose the address and then a particular timing, and over here. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's look into the next part of the design that is going to be again super similar. So let us initialize a view over here. So this view in turn is going to have one more view, and inside this view I'm just going to copy down the same piece of text, or I'm going to just copy down the entire view and I'm going to paste it over here. So for this I'm going to again give the same piece of styling, background color of the same code, that is a blue shade, some padding 10. So I'm going to give the same piece of styling to this one and then make the changes. So paste it over here. So instead of these two values, I'm going to give it margin vertical and then border radius. Border radius of 6. So format once, and yeah, let's try to save the file. So let's choose an address over here. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. So similarly, like that, I'm gonna copy down this view a couple of times. So the next one is going to say taxes and charges. So this is going to be in capitals. So I'm going to say total amount. So this is going to be, let's say, currently I'm just going to say 160 or 150. So I'm just going to copy down this view one more time. That is over here. So here I'm going to say total payable. Alright, so of course it's going to be total plus whatever is 25 initially on the top one. Top container we had a 25 charge, and then here 150 or 160, whatever it was. Yeah, 150. So yes, I think that's it. So let's save the file once. So add the address. Okay, we can't choose this because we have passed the time. Go on to the next state. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking good. Okay, so that's it about this particular step number 4. We have the cart and then we have the design. As I told, towards the right hand side, you can include some design instead of the plus button. Okay, so yeah, apart from that, we have also designed the bottom part over here. So now the next step is, if at all I press on the place order button, we should directly be navigating to the order screen and then showing all of the required orders. So now we already have the place order button, place order function initialized previously, if you would remember. That is over here. That is this one, handle next. So if the next step equals to 5. So currently the step equals to 4. If I press on place order, it would go into handle next. So step becomes 5. So here we're going to call the place order function. So here I'm just going to write place order, and then let's define the function over here at the bottom part. So I'm going to say const place order equals to a async function. So here I'm going to say dispatch. I don't think dispatch is initialized over here. Let's check that out. Use dispatch. Yeah, it's not there. So let's initialize dispatch. So I'm going to say const dispatch equals to use dispatch. So make sure to import use dispatch from React Redux. So here I'm going to say dispatch. We are going to dispatch clean cart because we are placing the order. And after that, I'm going to say router.replace to the /tabs /orders, and I'm going to create my orders ref. So I'm going to say order doc ref equals to, or before that we need to create the orders collection ref. So I'm going to say orders collection ref equals to collection, and here we're going to import the DB. We already have the DB. Go into the users and then the user UID and then the orders. Okay, so here I'm going to say const orders doc ref equals to await. Make use of the add doc method, import that from Firebase Firestore, pass in the orders collection ref over here, and here we need to pass in the required things. So I'm going to say items is going to be whatever is there inside of the cart, so spread the value, and address is going to be the selected address that we selected at step number 1. Okay, and we need to add the pickup time, so I'm just going to copy down that. So we need to add the pickup time, so I'm just going to copy down the value for that. So just pasted the pickup time as well as the delivery time. So it's going to be selected time dot start time and then selected time dot end time, whatever is selected. So yes, after that you can just console.log the ID if at all everything's working correctly. With the order docref.id. Okay, so yeah, let's try and save the file once. So let's give it one more try and let's check if at all everything is working fine. So let's go and choose a particular date. So next, so let's press on place order, and let's see if we have the required values. We have the cart, of course, and then we have the selected address, of course, and we also have the pickup time as well as the delivery time. So let's press on over here, place order. Okay, so as you can see, order placed successfully and we have the order ID. So yeah, while we place the order, you could also create another screen and show a different kind of animation saying that the order has been placed, because we have done this previously in some other application, I guess. We had made use of floaty animation, and then we had implemented this. So you could try that out again. So let's go check out in the backend if at all we have the order being stored inside of the backend part. So let's refresh over here. So as you can see, we have the orders collection being created for this particular user. So let's go to orders and the order ID, and this is the address, and this is the items that we added, 2 items, and we have the pickup time and the delivery time. So that's it. So we are able to place the order and store it in the backend part. So now the next step is we're going to go into the order screen that is over here, and we're going to start designing the order screen, and then we're going to initialize an use effect, and we're going to fetch all of the users, and then we're going to fetch all of the addresses. Sorry, we're going to fetch all of the orders from the user's backend, that is for that particular user ID, whoever is currently logged in. So now let's start designing basically the order screen. So first of all, we need to initialize a use effect and get all of the user orders from the backend. So for that, I'm going to initialize my use effect over here. Okay, so I'm going to import my use effect from React, just like this. And inside of my use effect, first of all, I'm going to initialize my function which says fetch orders. So I'm going to say const fetch orders equals to async function. So here inside the function, I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block. So first of all, catch of error, I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error message. Okay, so inside the try block, first of all, I'm going to initialize my orders collection ref. So I'm going to say orders collection ref equals to initialize collection and initialize the DB. We need access to the users collection and we need access to the user UID. Let's copy that from the addresses, that is this one. And let's make sure to import auth, or let's do it manually, like copy it from the previous screen. So we need auth, yeah, all this. Okay, so here I'm going to say go into the my user ID or user UID, and then we have to go into the orders collection which is present. Then we need to initialize our orders query. So I'm going to say orders query equals to query. I think query is already imported. Yeah, this one. So inside of this query, I'm going to pass in my orders collection ref. Okay, so now inside this, I'm going to say const query snapshot equals to await. We're going to make use of the get docs method, get docs of the orders query. So that's it. So now I'm going to initialize my fetched orders array. So I'm going to say const fetched orders equals to an empty array at the initial state. All right. So now after that, we're going to map over each query snapshot that we get. So I'm going to say query snapshot dot for each method. So here I'm going to initialize my doc that we get, and here I'm going to say fetched orders dot push method. Here I'm going to say id is going to be doc dot id, and I'm going to include whatever is the doc dot data. Okay, so that's it. So now I'm just going to set the order. So first of all, let's initialize some state. So I'm going to say const orders comma set orders equals to use state. So initially it's going to be of an empty array. So let's import use state from React at the top, just like this. All right, so now the next step is here I'm going to say set the orders to be whatever is the fetched orders. Okay, so that's it. So now let's try and console.log the orders. If at all we're getting correctly, then we could start designing the order screen. So let's save the file, and let's also call the function that is fetch orders. So let's go over here. Okay, so as you can see, we are getting the correct result, that is all of the orders. So with the help of this information, we are going to start styling out the order screen. So let's come back to the return block over here, and I'm going to initialize some basic styling to the top view. So I'm going to say style over here. So that is padding of 12 and a height of 200, and we're going to give it a background color of this color code, that is FEBE10. And yeah, inside this view I'm going to initialize my another view. So this view in turn is going to have one more view, which is going to have the image. So let me just get the link for the image. So I've just pasted the link for the image. I'll be sending this in the description. So make sure to import image from React Native. And yeah, apart from that, we're going to make use of the oct icons, that is the 3-bar icon. So let's get that. So here I'm going to search for 3 bars, this one. So first of all, import the icon family, and we're gonna paste it over here, and also make sure to import the render component code, and we're gonna paste it inside, just after the view, and we're gonna give the style for this particular view, this one. So let's say style over here. So some flex direction of a row, align items to center, and justify content of space between. So let's save the file. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking good. And this color we are going to give it white instead of black. Okay, so now let's format once. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now the next step is we're gonna initialize the next piece of design that is gonna happen over here. So I'm going to say view. So this is going to contain the arrow back icon. So let's initialize one more view over here. So we're going to get the arrow back icon from iron icons, from the expo icons over here. So search for arrow back, this one. So import the icon family first of all, and we're going to paste it over here, and make sure to copy the render component code, and I'm going to paste it inside. So first of all, initialize the view. So I'm going to say style over here. So give it a width of 30 and a height of 30, and we are going to give it a border radius of, let's say, 15, and we're going to give it, let's say, a background color of this color code, that is C0 C0 C0, and we're going to give justify of center, and then align items of center. Okay, so yeah, apart from this view, we're going to have a text which says my orders. So I'm going to say text. So here I'm going to give my orders. So finally, let's give the style for the outermost view that contains the view and the text. So here I'm going to say style a flex of row, and I'm going to give it align items of center, and we are going to give it a gap of 12 and a margin top of 12. Let's save the file and let's look into the design. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's map over all of the orders that we have, and then we're gonna design the orders part. So here I'm going to say orders dot map. So for every item and then the index. So in this case I'm just going to return a whole new pressable, so I'm going to say pressable. So make sure to import pressable from React Native at the top. Okay, just like that. So now inside of the pressable we are gonna have one view. So this view in turn is gonna have one more view. Okay, so inside this view we're gonna have a text which says order detail. So over here I'm gonna give the style to this, so it's gonna have basically some color of white, and it's gonna have a font size of 15, and it's gonna have a font weight of 500. Okay, so now below the text that is order detail we're going to show the item dot underscore id, not underscore id, just the id. So here I'm going to say text item dot id. So this would basically be this particular id. Okay, so now yeah, let's give the style for that. I'm just going to copy down the same piece of styling and then give it a margin top of 3. So I'm going to say margin top of 3. So let's format once and then let's save the file once. So as you can see you have the order detail as well as the id being shown. So let's continue with the design. So let's give now the style for this particular view that contains the order detail. I mean not this one, the upper view that is within the pressable. So I'm going to say style over here. So give it a background color first of all, that is 0066b2, and we're going to give it, let's say, a padding of 10, some internal spacing, and we're going to give it a flex direction of a row and align items of center, justify of between, space between, and we're going to give border top left radius of 7 and border top right radius of 7. So yeah, let's format once. Okay, so for the pressable also let's give some styling now itself. So I'm going to say style, it's going to have a margin vertical because we can have n number of orders coming from the back end, and we're going to give it a background color of white and a border radius of 7. So that's it. So now after basically the item.id, that is this one, we're going to initialize a view over here. So this in turn is going to have a text which says payment, and we're going to have one more text over here which says cash on delivery. Alright, so now for the text I'm going to give the style. It's going to have a color of white and a font size of 15 and a font weight of 500. So I'm just going to give the same piece of styling to this as well with a margin top of 4. So let's save the file and let's look into this. So yeah, as you can see that's looking good. So now let's continue designing. Yeah, so the next view is going to come after the blue background. So here I'm going to initialize my another view which is going to have a text which is going to show us basically the item dot address dot house number, okay, and item dot address dot landmark. So yeah, let's save the file once. So as you can see, you're able to see that come on the screen. So now let's give the style for the outermost view. So I'm going to say style over here. So I'm going to give it a background color of white, and I'm going to give it a margin horizontal. So yeah, margin horizontal of 10, and we're going to give it a flex of row, and then justify content of space between. And for this particular text I'm going to give the style. So it's basically going to have a margin top of, let's say, 10, and it's going to have a font size of 14 and a font weight of 500, and we're going to give it a color of gray and a width of 200. So yeah, that's it. So let's save the file. So now let's continue designing this. So after the text, we're gonna have one more view. So this view in turn is gonna have one more text which says pickup, and below this we're gonna show one more text which says item.pickup time. So this view is gonna have some margin top value. So to this I'm going to give the style font size of 13 and a font weight of 600. And for this one, let's give the style, so font size of 15 and we're going to give a margin top of 4. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So now again I'm going to initialize one more view that is similar to this. So let's format once. Yeah, so instead of pickup it's gonna say delivery. All right, and instead of pickup time it's gonna show the delivery time. So now below this view we're gonna give it some margin bottom spacing, that is with the help of a self-enclosing view. So I'm gonna access my style over here and give it some margin bottom of 20. So now let's save the file once. So now after this particular view, that is this one, let's initialize the view that's going to come towards the right side, because we've given a justifier between. So here I'm gonna have some style given to this view which says align items of center. Okay, and inside this view I'm gonna have one more view, and this is gonna have all of the icons coming towards the right hand side. So this is gonna have the note outline icon. So I'm gonna search for note outline, this one from material icons. Yeah, so copy the render component code and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, and let's style out the view. So I'm gonna say style over here. So it's gonna have a width of 32, height of 32, border radius of 16, and we're gonna give it a background color of F0, F8, FF, and we're gonna give it some justify center, align items of center, and we're gonna give it a margin top of 10. So yeah, I'm just gonna copy down this view a couple of times and then we're gonna make the change for the remaining icons that are present. So copy that down correctly, and yeah, the next icon is gonna be basically the fold up open icon. So let's search for that over here. So I'm gonna say folder open, this one. Let's import font awesome, and let us copy the render component code and we're gonna paste it instead of this. Okay, so now yeah, below the icons we're gonna have below the view we're gonna have the text which says feedback. Yeah, so for the text style here I'm gonna say text align of center. So similarly we're gonna have one more text over here which says order summary, and we're gonna give it again a text align of center. Yeah, so that's it. So as you can see, the design is looking good. So we have completed designing this. If you want, you can just reduce the font size to be 13 and a font weight of 500. So the same thing is going to go over here, font size of 13 and a font weight of 500. Okay, yeah, so we have finished designing the entire application. So we are able to fetch the orders from the backend part and then show it over here. So one thing is that you could look into the login part more, that is, we have not written it that correctly. or you can make use of the on auth state change, which we have not done. So currently we have just initialized a check login status function, and based on the token whether it's present or not, we are navigating, right? And also apart from that, in the basket screen, while we add some items to the cart and press on the checkout, we have not given the connection from the checkout to the home screen, and then we go into the first step, right? So you can just initialize that. And apart from that, yeah, we are able to add some items to the cart based on whatever category we have chosen, and we are able to also add the addresses to the backend of that particular user who's logged in, and we're also able to fetch the orders from the backend just like this. So I think that's it about this application. So if you find this interesting, please do hit the like button. So let's see you in the next project, and then thank you for watching.